You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Giving into it, feeding into it, buried into my own head in here, finding rest in it. It's seeing circles and squares, and looking into it like it is. I walk up to the end, dive into the abyss, fly away as if there's no bottom or top. Go lean into it and embrace the ladder between the pillars that don't stand alone or end. Dust in our eyes until the fall. Catch wind of the light of insight, unbind you. The will binds, we go blind. Did you forget that death comes to save you? One open eye can't see at night. Open the space above guts and skin blue. Out of the line until I die. So give in polite to the test that finds you. Give in polite to the test that finds you. Give in polite to the test that finds you. To you I fall together, all to meet again. Your wasted life was on time. No life wasted. You're on time. Walk up to the end, dive into the abyss, fly away as if there's no bottom or top. Dust in our eyes until the fall. Catch wind of the light of insight, unbind you. The will binds, we go blind. past that finds you. To you I fall, together all to meet again your wasted life. Welcome to the end. I'm diving for the end.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Vonu Fest 6, the premier, yearly gathering of self-liberation held at the Veritas node of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, happens once again this year, from September 22nd to the 29th. Join fellow self-liberators in our vetted agora, in the second realm, and soak up knowledge from those deep within the realms of breakthrough energy, health and wellness, open source technology, privacy and security, and much more. Alongside that, enjoy the nights around the campfire, underneath the Veritas skies untampered by city light pollution. A perfect view of the cosmos, great conversations, and connections that will last a lifetime. And while this event is not public and therefore not open to just anyone, getting vetted to come out isn't usually that hard. We either have to find someone in common that will vouch for your reputation, or just email Coordinator Rio, coordinator@PAZNIA.com, and send an introduction and background to your liberated lifestyle and path of self-liberation. That's a damn good start, and one that has gotten some folks out here a well-tread path. Anyway, join us for Vonu Fest 6, happening from September the 22nd to 29th. Most are only able to make it for the weekend, but vetted self-liberators are encouraged to stay before and after if desired. Thanks for your time. PAZNIA.com.
The newest bundle via Liberty Under Attack Publications. Over the course of the past 7+ years, the LUA Publications catalogue has greatly expanded. 4 years ago, we put together our very first self-liberation bundle, a way to pick up all the books we publish in one bundle at a heavily discounted price. Back then, there were 17 books. Well, we finally got around to an update and the total number of books is up to a staggering 27. The Self-Liberation Bundle is now essentially a small library of the highest quality, rarest self-liberational media, not available via anyone else. We know, as we struggled to locate much of it for our own delectation over the past decade or so. Truly some pieces of valuable libertarian history, priceless strategy guides, liberty agorist fiction, and much more. Purchasing these books individually, you'd pay well over $400. Save big, and order your Self-Liberation Bundle today. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Again, libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom.
Thanks to Chihuahua Chezik, the newest signer of the PAZNIA Constitution. His message reads, quote, "Dear government, I don't need another daddy. Get your nose out of my business. Get your nose out of my bank account, my communications, my computer and phone, my comings and goings, my views and my thoughts. And get your hands out of my fucking pockets." End quote. Cheers to that, Mr. Chihuahua. View the full list of signatures and messages, and even leave your own by visiting PAZNIA.com/sign. Again, PAZNIA.com/sign.
The newest from Liberty Under Attack Publications, The Second Realm Anthology, a collection of short stories that inspire freedom and self-liberation. The First Realm, mainstream society, which does not respect self-ownership or individual liberty, but rather heralds the supremacy of government and authority, upholds the collective over the individual. The Second Realm, a parallel network, founded upon the principles of truth, freedom, and voluntarism, rebuilding all necessary human institutions upon these frameworks. The Second Realm Anthology is a collection of short stories originally published in the Road to Autonomy magazine from a vast selection of authors across a diverse range of topics in the area of freedom, the building of the parallel society known as the Second Realm. The goal is to inspire and educate, to motivate and self-liberate. Authors: Todd Borho, Graham Smith, Jackie Kerouac, Patrick Henry, and Josiah Warren. Order your copy of Second Realm Anthology today by visiting libertyunderattack.com/sranthology. Again, libertyunderattack.com/sranthology. Bitcoin and Monero accepted and preferred. Want to pay with Bitcoin Lightning? Email Shane at libertyunderattack.com.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, but those words mean many different things to different people. Rather than argue about what those words ought to mean, I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution, any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu Life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu Life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you will add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu Life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Or to download this publication for free, visit vonupodcast.com/VL.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular, and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Again, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. See you in the second realm.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. The newest release from Liberty Under Attack Publications.
On June 21, 2021, Johnny Hurley was shopping in Old Town Arvada. When Johnny heard gunshots from across the square, he ran straight into danger, without hesitation, and quickly neutralized the attempted mass shooter. Witnesses described believing that Johnny was likely military, based on the skill and effectiveness with which he handled the situation. A minute later, a police officer who had been hiding inside the Arvada PD office on the square watching the situation unfold on security cameras, emerged from the building and shot Johnny in the back. No warning, no announcing himself, no pausing to notice that this was clearly not the shooter he had been looking at on the CCTV. Johnny bled to death on the concrete. The police officer received paid leave, and the official investigation ruled that this murder was a good shoot. Millions of people now know the name Johnny Hurley as a Good Samaritan, as a man who heroically risked, and gave, his life to save countless others. What most of those people don't know about Johnny is that he had already been a hero for many, many years. Putting his safety, freedom, and life on the line to protect the lives and liberties of others was exactly the kind of person that Johnny Hurley was. The goal of this book is to help more people get to know who Johnny was, how he thought, and the cause he dedicated his life to, peace and freedom. Pre-order your copy today from Liberty Under Attack Publications by visiting libertyunderattack.com/Johnny. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Johnny. Book will officially release on the anniversary, June 21st. libertyunderattack.com/Johnny.
Hello, friends, fellow self-liberators. Dr. Gatherer here, coming to you with a health and wellness message. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, is now back in stock at libertyunderattack.com. For your basic aches and pains, to more extensive injuries, and even pains like headaches or migraines, the Pain Liberator is here to liberate you from discomfort. The Pain Liberator is a 20% DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, /80% colloidal silver water base, blended with enough aspirin to provide 30 milligrams of aspirin per spray. Beyond just pain relief, all three of these main ingredients provide enormous benefit to the body in general. DMSO also helps to bring the aspirin and colloidal silver into the skin for maximum bioavailability. Individual benefits include: colloidal silver is antibacterial, antifungal, used for sore throats, sinus problems, tooth infections, and candida overgrowths. DMSO has over 40 known pharmacological properties, helps with acne, heals shingles, is radio/EMF protective, painkiller, and heals stroke and heart attack damage. Aspirin is one of the safest, cheapest miracle drugs in existence. Searching PubMed, it assists with basically every disease or imbalance, from muscle pain to reversing cancerous tumors and everything in between. Spray directly on head for headaches. The Pain Liberator is available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. PayPal, Bitcoin, and Monero accepted. For Monero, email shane@libertyunderattack.com. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, a PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness creation. libertyunderattack.com/pain.
Vonu Fest 6, the premier, yearly gathering of self-liberation held at the Veritas node of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, happens once again this year, from September 22nd to the 29th. Join fellow self-liberators in our vetted agora, in the second realm, and soak up knowledge from those deep within the realms of breakthrough energy, health and wellness, open source technology, privacy and security, and much more. Alongside that, enjoy the nights around the campfire, underneath the Veritas skies untampered by city light pollution. A perfect view of the cosmos, great conversations, and connections that will last a lifetime. And while this event is not public and therefore not open to just anyone, getting vetted to come out isn't usually that hard. We either have to find someone in common that will vouch for your reputation, or just email Coordinator Rio, coordinator@PAZNIA.com, and send an introduction and background to your liberated lifestyle and path of self-liberation. That's a damn good start, and one that has gotten some folks out here a well-tread path. Anyway, join us for Vonu Fest 6, happening from September the 22nd to 29th. Most are only able to make it for the weekend, but vetted self-liberators are encouraged to stay before and after if desired. Thanks for your time. PAZNIA.com.
What you are hearing, folks, is for the first time in history the public revelation of the origin, the history, the dogma, and the identity of those who operate in secret to bring about a worldwide totalitarian socialist government. They are known to Christians as Mystery Babylon. It is an ancient religion. Those of you who are smart enough to know what is transpiring here know that these are historic broadcasts, and by making these broadcasts, I have sealed my fate. The sun enters each heavenly sign or house of the zodiac in what is called the 30th degree, and leaves at the 33rd degree. Thus, God's Son is said by the ancients to begin his ministry at 30 and dies at 33. A Freemason is not told the truth of the object of his worship until he attains the 30th degree. And this is why the highest degree in Freemasonry is the 33rd degree, for no one can rise higher than the sun. When viewing the shimmering rays of sunlight on a body of water at dawn or sunset, one can still see today how God's Son walks on water. It was well understood by ancient man that our weather was caused and controlled by the sun. It was a simple fact that God's Son had the power to control storms at will. The ancient Egyptians taught that he did this as he rested in his heavenly boat while crossing the sky. Thus we read that God's Son quieted the tempest or great storm on the sea while in his boat. Which boat? The boat of Isis. Ra, the sun god, also known as Osiris, in the bark of millions of years in which he traversed the heavens, he wears on his head and accompanies a vast sun disk symbolizing his powers as Lord of the heavens. The boat formed of a serpent bears his eye, and the god is seated on a pedestal representing Mayat, the divine order. Folks, when we stop
hiding things, harming others, stopping others from harming you. I'm Thane Riddle. This is Cloak and Dagger.
Yo, baby, yo, baby, yo, baby. This is Thane Riddle, I think. And I've thrown together another bullshit show for you this week. I've been told that they had some hardships and on the PAZNIA radio stream today, and it crashed. So hopefully that doesn't happen this time. But if it does, maybe we'll get back up soon or something. Either way, we'll keep recording the show and put it up later if we need to. But I don't know. It looks like it probably won't crash. The revolution will not have a good UX. Maybe not at first. I guess once it does, then the revolution's already over. We'll be on to the next thing. People like me will just get bored with it right away. We're live on Zap.Stream, folks, so check us out there in Zapathilly, which means send us bits of Bitcoin and stuff. If you're a bit less gay, go to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio and tell them Thane sent you. Now, I'm going to tell you to do something really cool this time, which I should have did before. Go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleX radio to get your ass into the PAZNIA radio network chat on SimpleX. If you don't want to install SimpleX on Android, they do have a desktop client, even though they don't tell you about it on that page. Later on, when I start taking call-ins at the end of the show, I'll check the PAZNIA Radio Network chat and read what you said and answer you live. Either way, please do get your ass into the chat at PAZNIA.com/SimpleXradio. Today, I'll give you down-to-earth tips about network privacy. Last time I kind of fucked with you by not really doing that. I'll do it for reals this time, I guess. And for this building the second realm stuff, I'm merely going to keep answering that all the links I got in that fan mail last time, talking about shit coins and so forth, and critiquing them, or mostly not even figuring out how they work and complaining about it. The guest today is nobody. But I'll take call-ins early, and you can talk to me on the chat at the end of the show. After, let's say, between 5 and 5:30 Eastern, 2 and 2:30 Pacific, go to PAZNIA.com/call if you want to speak out loud or send us some Morse code or make some other kind of racket upon our ears. And if you're too shy for that, then get your ass into the PAZNIA Radio Network chat at PAZNIA.com/SimpleXradio. And I'll read what you're saying and answer you there. You can talk to me live that way without calling in, since you fucking retards aren't calling in. Autistic, shy, living in your mom's basement, pretending to be great revolutionaries. Well, it's not pretend, folks. It's the truth. You really are the revolution. Here's the news. More flooding happened in Texas, as well as now New Jersey and New York. Shit. Yes, the East Coast of North America can be prone to this, but it doesn't happen as much in the Northeast. It does happen every once in a while. It can even happen pretty bad every once in a while, but that's like a once in every 100 years kind of thing. I'm a little worried that it might happen more going forward. Why am I worried about more flooding happening this year than before? Because of man-made climate change, of course. No, not because of fucking carbon dioxide, you retard. Because of not-so-secret weather modification experiments being carried out in America. Yes, that is happening. And yes, it might be linked with this flooding lately, because a weather modification outfit called Rainmaker was caught red-handed doing this stuff right out in the open in Texas right before the flooding happened. Now, it isn't known for sure how much the weather modification truly did here, so take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. Take what I'm about to say with even more salt. But what if that's not the only weather modification happening? What if there are also HARP satellites hitting clouds with lasers or some shit like that? I don't know. But I feel that I have to warn you, because I think more flooding will happen this year than yesteryear, maybe. And it may not have been a fluke that it happened further north than it often does. It might happen again. It might happen worse. What I'm saying might be bullshit, but keep it in mind anyway. Tighten up your tinfoil hats, folks. And do get a tinfoil hat with a Gore-Tex lining, because this is going to be a wet one. In cow health news, which started as a joke, but is now pretty much a true news category on the show by now. There is yet another blight spreading among cows in North America. May or may not be worse in the Midwest, but it's spreading quickly across America. They say it's something that comes from the Asian longhorn tick. You heard that right. This isn't the screwworm thing from Mexico that I was talking about before. It's another parasite outbreak in North American cattle. As I said before, you should be worried about the beef supply and beef prices going up. Time to get very friendly very quickly with cow farmers near you. And all right, I hate to keep doing this, but let's put on the tinfoil hats again. It's a little weird that there are two parasite outbreaks among cattle in North America at the same time, isn't it? What if somebody's willfully planting parasites on cows? After all, guys like Bill Gates and shit talk about this all the time, right? Like out in the open, like they want to get everybody to stop eating beef. Everybody but themselves, of course, because Bill Gates likes to have a steak now and then. And also they like to talk about things like spreading viruses and parasites, sometimes even genetically engineered ones. But who knows? Maybe the cows of North America are merely having a little run of bad luck. Either way, I think you should officially start worrying about the beef supply if you aren't before. I guess it's time to break out the freeze dryers and smokehouses, huh? I hope you like beef jerky. This one is a bit silly. Not even worth talking about, but it's kind of fun. All right, so the UK government secretly shipped in thousands of folks from Afghanistan. Or, well, it wasn't secret at all, but the government censored the media, banned them from talking about it, and that censorship was lifted, so folks are talking about it again. But guess what? I bet these are folks that were somehow linked with the West sham puppet government that they set up in Afghanistan. When the U.S. pulled out, they knew the other Afghanis would eat them alive. Like, dude, if you were an Afghani and other Afghanis were working with a foreign state that attacked and invaded your country for 20 years, and that foreign state up and left all of a sudden, what would you do? Yeah, you'd round up those faggots and kill them. That's what I'd do. Jeez. Anyway, the Western governments didn't want to throw all of them under the bus. They did get some of their closest pals out, and I think maybe that's what you're looking at there. So, no, I somehow don't think folks in the UK should be too worried about these Afghanis being naughty, dark-skinned rapists or something. I think you should be more worried that some of them could work for the UK government. That's merely my hunch anyway, folks. Here's another piece of bullshit news. This could be wrong. I'm pretty much pulling this one straight out of my ass here. But I have a hunch that shit could start popping off again between Israel and Iran in the next weeks. Like it has to happen sooner or later anyway, but I found it a little odd that the U.S. and Israel trying to say out of nowhere that their strikes on Iranian nuclear plants didn't work out that well after all. Seems kind of like bullshit. And either way, it might be a clue that they have their eye on starting the war back up again soon. I guess it's like maybe they thought it worked too well and people think that Iran is defanged and like the whole thing is that they're supposed to be scary. So anyway, who knows? I'm going out on a limb there, but the Israeli-Iranian war does have to start again sooner or later. So we got to talk about Syria. Unfortunately, the funny business being carried out by the U.S. and Israel in Syria is getting much worse lately. The so-called Syrian government is still controlled by ISIS, in so many words. And if you haven't been under a rock for the last 15, 20 years, you may have worked out that ISIS is pretty much a CIA cutout. So you could say the Syrian government was taken over by the U.S., or at least one branch of the U.S.'s so-called deep state. All right. And Israel has been pretty much invading Syria ever since that happened. Now that's a bit funny, isn't it? Since the U.S. and Israel are hand in glove. Yeah, that's because they're fighting both sides of this war. And right now, they're fighting a proxy war with folks in southwestern Syria. Israel is backing Druze militias, and Syrian government, aka the CIA, is backing Bedouin militias. No, not all Druze are with Israel. Not all Bedouins care about the Syrian government. But I won't waste your time with these nuances, and neither will anybody else. And Israel is still straight up bombing Syria too, of course. Anyway, one of the goals in that proxy war is likely to get as many folks as they can in southwestern Syria to either die or run away, while overall fucking up the state's power frameworks around there. Why? So Israel can claim southwestern Syria as its own. Duh, that's what they're always trying to do, isn't it? Of course, there's more to it than that, and Israel will one day be sold out in the end too by the Western deep state. But for now, that's all you need to know. This civil war is at least more of a true civil war than the last one in Syria, because at least this one is being fought by Syrians and not by foreigners. But both sides are still backed by foreigners in the end, so it's all a sham, and the Syrians lose either way. Sorry to say that if you're in Syria, I think it might be time to give up on it, at least for the next 10 to 30 years or so. Even 1 or 2 years ago, it looked like Syria had a shot, but I don't think it's looking too good now. I'd say leave Syria if you can. Sorry about that. The U.S. military is going to intertwine itself more with AI now, namely the Grok LLM. While Grok was not a bad pick for them, if you're looking only at performance, you'd think they would have taken Google Gemini. So they were surely looking at something besides only performance. But that's how military contracts always go, isn't it? Gee, that Elon Musk guy can't seem to make money in any way that isn't somehow linked to the state, can he? In reality TV news, the US and Russia don't like each other. Blah, blah, sanctions, blah, blah, proxy war. I got a call earlier from the 20th century. They said they want their headlines back. Nothing new is happening, other than maybe the US president's so gullible that it took almost 10 years for him to think maybe the handsome, charming KGB agent on the other end of the phone might not be wholly truthful and straightforward with him. Don't worry, the US president still has enough time left in his term to be the patsy that gets the fall for World War III. I, for one, think that would be a great series finale for The Apprentice. Israel bombed a Christian church in Gaza. As luck would have it, that happened amidst a string of fires being set to Christian churches in the West Bank. This news has no tactical bearing. I'm only talking about it because I think it's funny, pretty much. It's like the folks in the West who like Israel are mostly Christians who low-key kind of hate Muslims. So I think it's pretty funny that the IDF and Mossad just randomly attack innocent Christians. I'm sure they feel that way too. And hopefully it brought a smile to your face as well. Imagine getting the news done on time. Thank God it's a slow news week. The Self-Liberation book bundle, everybody. Something big came out on Liberty Under Attack's The Self-Liberation book bundle. It has almost every book on Liberty Under Attack, which is fucking crazy. A small library, dear listener, coming in at 27 books right now. And these aren't any old books. These are the books in our very own Liberty Under Attack, which is the best, most helpful, down-to-earth, and most fun book catalog in the world right now, which we can say for sure, since Paladin Press and Loom Panics are long gone. You can always pirate those old books, but now you can get the best deal ever on buying all the cutting-edge books we have at Lua with this Self-Liberation bundle. Save big and start your Self-Liberation library today. Go to libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. That's libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. And please leave a note saying Thane sent you so you can help out good old Cloak and Dagger. Liberate me, liberate yourself, liberate Shane, liberate your body parts, liberate the critters of the earth, liberate Libate, and librarify yourself with a big fat fucking 360 win at libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. Honorary stakeholder. There's that advertisement. You're not tired of that yet, are you? Do you want to officially join the Second Realm? It's stupid, but you can officially join the Second Realm and get discounts on hustles in the Agora, more access to the PAZNIA network, an illegal blah, 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 and maybe even free PAZNIA merch. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane to check out all the perks of becoming an honorary stakeholder and put in coupon code Thane to get $25 off. That's THANE. THANE, not there's no S or Z in there. PAZNIA Radio Network on the first and third Mondays at 7 p.m. Central. If the stream doesn't crash, Richard Greaser will take over the Second Realm airwaves for Music Monday. He's a credentialed journalist, award-winning songwriter, and connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes. I don't know about cigars. Your friend Richard Greaser will take you through deep tracks, entertaining, enlightening banter, and an overall great time. Go to PAZNIARadio.com. Go to PAZNIA.com/radio to find links to the stream on YouTube, Odysee, Zap.Stream, and Rumble. Actually, are we not on YouTube anymore? Or we're not banned yet, but we're going to be, something like that. I think we're still on YouTube. Okay. Now, let me, I just have to press a few buttons in the right order or else a bomb will go off, killing me and millions of innocent people around the world. That's my dead man switch. Secrets will also be revealed, but not about the clients of my fine services. Those secrets will never be revealed, even though y'all have big mouths, say things that you shouldn't. Okay, so down to earth tip for today. I'll talk in a real lazy way about networking, networks, network privacy. That means a lot of different things. So let's talk about getting on the internet. If you're hearing this now, you probably did that already, but I'm going to tell you about how you did it wrong and how you did it and how you can do it better in the future. So if you want the internet over a cable, like Ethernet, or, well, sorry, not Ethernet, I guess like a cable or like fiber optics or whatever, fucking coaxial cable, whatever you're doing, you got dial up, whatever, some kind of cable. Now that's interesting from a privacy standpoint because it means somebody's got to know where you are, where that cable is terminating. So if that's where you live, if that's where you work, whatever, it should be whoever owns that place, maybe, that registers the internet bullshit, that gets the account with the ISP and has the cable come in there and stuff. So if you rent from a grandma, you rent her basement, get her to register the internet, Chinese old lady, whoever your proxy merchant is, that kind of thing. Whatever company, whatever weird anonymous LLC you've used to buy the property, register it under that. And, whatever the property is registered under, that's because there's no need to involve anything else. Now, mobile data, that's a tricky one. Mobile data is another thing that can always find out where you are. So connecting to cell phone towers, it can always know where, can always figure out. At the very least, they record what the tower you're talking to is, which has to be close to you. And if they truly want to find you, they can triangulate your position pretty accurately. Mobile data, there are different ways to do it. One is these days you can get one with Monero. You can get a mobile, you can get like an eSIM. Like if you go to silent.link, you can get an eSIM data only plan kind of thing. You pay for it with Monero. And now you need a device that eSIMs work with. And let's talk about the device for a second. If it doesn't support eSIMs, there is a way to write an eSIM to a physical SIM card and put it in a device. And of course, there's the old school way, which is you go to a store and you buy a SIM card with cash in person, and you also buy credit, and it's like a cheap prepaid thing is usually what you want to do. Like a plan, it's best if it rolls over, like you can buy this many gigabytes of data, and if you don't use it up, then it'll roll over, and you can use it on another month or whatever. That's best. Either way, let's talk about the device. So devices that talk to cell phone towers have something called an IMEI, which is a unique identifier. And this is a state regulation thing. It's illegal for them not to do this. And a device's IMEI is not supposed to change. And it's not easy to change. And it's illegal to change. Can you somehow hack a device or do something cool to spoof another IMEI? Yes, you can. If you don't, but it's hard. It's hard, and you probably won't do it. And it doesn't always work. If you do, you want it to be an IMEI that's a true IMEI. It's easy to find IMEIs. It's all public information pretty much. But it's easier to just have burners pretty much. Your burner could be a cheap mobile hotspot. Believe it or not, there are these little things that it's a Wi-Fi router with a battery in it, and they come pretty cheap sometimes, and they're called mobile hotspots. And each one has its own IMEI, so whatever. You can use this IMEI for that. You can use this other IMEI for that other thing. And if it's burned and you want to get rid of it, whatever, it's not a big deal. It didn't cost that much. You could also do this with, the mobile hotspot thing's kind of going out the window. Nobody even knows about them. And so it's kind of looking like the mobile hotspots that you use will be a smartphone, like some cheap old used smartphone. That's not your main phone necessarily. It could be one that you just turn on the Wi-Fi hotspot, and it connects to mobile data with the eSIM or whatever. So you could have some shitty old Pixel, let's say, that has Calyx or Graphene OS on it, and you put the eSIM in there or whatever, and that's your burner hotspot. And you could maybe have more than one, or change it when you want to change it. Let's talk about why I'm saying that. So, like I said, when you're connecting to cell phone towers, the mobile carrier knows more or less where you are. You should think that they know where you are. As long as the device is on and it's not on airplane mode, it's connecting to the mobile network and all that, then they know where it is. So if you do what most retards do, and you have one single device on you all the time, everywhere you go, that talks to cell phone towers, then that device is where you sleep at night when you're sleeping there. It's where you work when you're working there. It's where you shop when you're shopping there. It's over at your friend's place when you're at a friend's place, and so on. That is a very unique fingerprint. There's only two people who are where you are whenever you're there, and that's you and your stalker. And your stalker, in this case, is yourself, because you're snitching on yourself about where you are. And in some cases, you can even tie a mobile device to a name, maybe, if there was an investigation. And soon this will be done automatically with AI. If it's a matter of record that somebody lives in place A and works at place B, and there's a device that is in place A at night and goes to place B all the time in the day, you can likely work out that it's that person. That might take a targeted investigation right now, but it won't take too long for AI heuristics to be automating this and doing this all the time if it's not happening already. And if it is happening already, it's someone real spooky like the NSA doing it, probably. Anyway, so that's why your first pick is don't use cell phone towers. Don't do it. You can do a lot with Wi-Fi. For the most part, you don't need to connect to cell phone towers. On your smartphone, you can have offline maps. You can have organic maps or Osmand and download the maps. You can have fucking Wikipedia offline. And you can use ARD2 to fucking browse Wikipedia on your phone. You can have translation dictionaries and all sorts of crap offline on your phone. You don't need to be on cell phone towers all the time. It's not a real need. Okay, retard, stop doing that. But if you must be on cell phone towers sometimes, and it's because some people have to, only do it when you have to do it. So like if you have to do it for work, turn it on when you're already at work and turn it off before you leave. Don't leave a record even once if you can of you going there or coming back from there or being anywhere else. Just be the guy at work when you're going from work site to work site or whatever reason you have to be connected. And that's that. And if you want to use it for more than one thing, like work over here and some weird shady dealings over there, you might want to use 2 different burner mobile hotspots for that, so that there's 2 different IMEIs, 2 different silent link eSIMs or other SIM cards you bought in person, 2 different everything, so that nobody can easily link those 2 together. Now there's satellite internet. Satellite internet kind of sucks. It's expensive and it doesn't work too well. I'm not really talking about low Earth orbit, new satellite stuff. I'm talking about the old satellite stuff. But sometimes if you're out in the middle of nowhere, it's the best way in certain weird spots. And I guess all I'll have to say for that right now is use a proxy merchant or whatever to not be connected to that. But they are going to know where it is for the most part. The way old school satellite networks work is I think they can figure out where the dish is, maybe. And then there's weird stuff. You could use a last mile mesh net to connect to the internet. You're on your own there. Not a lot of people do that, but it's a thing. In some spots it happens. And there's something to keep your eye on called Femtostar, which is a really cool satellite network thing that when it's actually up, when they actually fucking launch these nodes, the network won't know where you are, and you'll pay for connection with anonymous tokens, and all the software and firmware will be open source. Even the hardware of the satellites and the terminals will be open hardware. Femtostar is a really cool thing that you should keep your eye on. Okay, let's talk about... Wow, these notes suck. What in the world? I'm looking at the wrong part. Hold on. Okay. There we go. Darknets. So download Tor browser and open it. That's pretty much it. Also, don't resize the window. What is a darknet? A darknet is a network that makes it hard to tell what's happening on the network, where things are coming from and where they're going to. Tor is the most popular one. Just download Tor browser and open it. Bada bing, bada boom. Don't resize the window. Now you can visit websites on the internet, or the clear net, as we'll say, over Tor. Also, you can visit Tor onion sites like Hidden Wiki or Dread or some fucking darknet market to buy your stupid drugs. Whatever. But at least close and restart Tor browser before, between going on the ClearNet and going on onion sites. If you don't have a VPN or anything, this is a quick way to hide your IP while you're browsing. If you're going to go on onion sites, click the little shield in the toolbar in the upper right and set the security level to safest. If you want to browse the ClearNet and have JavaScript on, set it to safer, but understand that there might be ways to get your IP with JavaScript. If you want to stop that from happening and have better security overall, you may want to look into something called Whonix. And if you ever have cubes, which you should, you'll want to install the Whonix VMs in there. And I'll talk about that stuff some other time. Operating systems, cubes, blah, blah, blah. Some other darknets that I won't really talk about, but you might want to look into are I2P, Freenet, and Anonet. I2P is pretty cool. It's harder to get it working, but it's better. Cryptocurrency. Let's talk about cryptocurrency. The most private cryptocurrency is Monero, which the ticker is XMR. That's the most private cryptocurrency, more or less, that people actually use. First, download some Monero wallet software. Here's some top Monero wallet softwares. For Android, you got Cake Wallet and Monarujo. And for desktop, you got Feather Wallet and Monero GUI Wallet. Open that shit, make a new wallet, and every time you want to have Monero sent to you, please give them a new sub address, because that's better for your privacy. Here's some ways to get Monero. Get it for cash in person from somebody you know or somebody you met somewhere, like a cryptocurrency meetup. Get it for Bitcoin on Unstoppable Swap. And you can get it for digital fiat or another crypto from somebody on Rito Swap. But be very careful of your privacy on the fiat side. You may want to get into Bitcoin and Lightning, of course, but be careful, as Bitcoin is fairly bad for your privacy. The best way to launder Bitcoin is a wallet called Ashigaru, which links up to something called Whirlpool. Or maybe you can swap between Monero and Bitcoin. It's better if you do both. But money laundering isn't a magic bullet. If $1,234,567 leaves the banking system, let's say, on one end, and a slightly smaller amount comes back into the banking system on the other end not long after, it won't take Sherlock Holmes to work out that the two are likely linked. So don't be a retard. Money laundering takes a little craftiness. If you want to hold cryptocurrency for a long time, or you want a lot of it, you need a hardware wallet, such as a Trezor. Only get a hardware wallet with open source software and firmware, and maybe open-ish hardware. Don't get a fucking Ledger, retard. Don't get a Ledger. Get a Trezor or something. Also, you should think about what happens if you die or get bonked on the head. Do you want to share any seed phrases or passwords with anybody? Do you want to set up a dead man switch? Look into Shamir backups, where you split your wallet back up into X seed phrases and you need to have Y of them to get the wallet back. And look into seed storage products, such as a CryptoSteel or CryptoTag or whatever. It's up to you how you want to go about that crap. Let's talk about VPNs for a second. To start with, get an account with one of the better big VPNs like Mullvad or iVPN. Pay them with Monero and turn on post-quantum encryption if you can. Now that's a great start, and it's much better than nothing. But if you're worried about cutting-edge dragnet surveillance or being hunted down by feds, I think leaving it at that is not enough. This whole thing of, well, just get a VPN account. It doesn't actually, it won't really stop a serious, what they call state level actor. But here's what you do if you care about that. You keep the big VPN as your first line of defense, maybe connecting to one of their nodes that's close to you. And then on top of that, after that, you connect to a server in a small independent data center, which I might talk about that some other time. Getting your own server, or maybe a small VPN that you know that they're using stuff that they own or stuff that's in an independent data center. So why do I say this? You see, these big private VPNs, we don't keep any logs. That means we're private. They're mostly reselling you connections to servers they're renting in big data centers, which aren't private at all. And sometimes they are the same data centers that are hosting big tech stuff. So it's pretty much a myth that these VPNs alone can give you a lot of privacy. They do give you a little privacy. They make it hard for servers you're talking to know your IP, or for ISP to know what servers you're talking to. But they can't trick the cutting edge network analysis that the surveillance state likely does. You're going to need to make one or two more hops to do that. There is a service I heard about that's pretty weird and obscure, and I think they're in beta, and they have open source software. It's called Simplified Privacy. They have their own, they talk about this on their website, and they have their own. I should probably get that guy on the show, actually. His name is Shadow Rebel. I should get Shadow Rebel on the show sometime. I don't know if he wants to promote it hardcore yet or what, but not like he's going to do that here anyway. So I think he's safe. But yeah, Shadow Rebels thing, simplified privacy. They have that set up where like you have the quote unquote system VPN, and then they make little isolated browser instances with their own little profiles that are routed through other VPNs in small independent data centers. And yeah, he talks about how you could use whatever Mulvad or something as your system VPN, and then just use and they're very cheap. Like they're charging $1 a month per server, and you can pay in Monero, and the software is open source. That's a cool project. You should check out Simplified Privacy. I should get that guy in the show. Here's some. Oh, I didn't finish writing these notes. Okay, let's talk about email servers. Email. All right, so there's no such thing as private email. The email protocol is not very private. If you want more privacy when talking on the net, then use like Session or SimpleX or something. Don't use email. However, you still need email for all kinds of things. So I'm talking about it. If you need an email address temporarily, that's easy. You just use like a search engine. You can use fucking temp mail or something. Have an email address for like 5 minutes. If you want an email account for a long time, you'll likely want more than one, maybe, if you are like a privacy freak. And that's so you can keep the sundry shit that you do apart from each other, which is something I'll talk about more at some other time. Let's see, private email servers. You could find, I didn't really do my homework here. There's something called Ghostbox. There's something called, I think it's called XMR Mail or something. I can't remember. I didn't do my research here. If you look, you can find like obscure little email servers that seem to be hosted by well-meaning people, where they'll take Monero or they take donations. That's probably the least gay thing you could do. Besides, you can set up your own email server, which is good at least for getting mail to you, or if you already have a domain or something, you already have a website. But you might run into some roadblocks when it comes to sending mail, because big corporations like to call things spam or maybe spam when you aren't one of them. However, if you need to send hundreds of emails or more, there's something called forward email, forwardemail.net. They seem like a pretty chill business. Seems a lot better than using MailChimp or Postmark or something gay like that. And okay, here's another thing. What if you want a less weird domain for your email address? What if for any given name that you have, or whatever, what identity that you have, you want the email address to blend in more? After all, if you and about 5 other motherfuckers in the world are the only ones on some weird ass mail server, that narrows it down a lot if somebody wants to find out who it is, right? Or if somebody's trying to profile you. So sometimes you want to make an account on a server that many folks are on so that you have a domain that doesn't look so weird. Now, the only well-known so-called private email servers I can think of that are like well-known enough to have domains that people see are Proton Mail and Tuta, which used to be called Tutanota. That's it. Now, Proton is much more well-known than Tuta, but Proton is also a hell of a lot more likely to be a honeypot that was made by an intelligence agency. Like, wasn't Proton founded by scientists from CERN or some shit like that? Those guys are in the highest reaches of the academic elite. They are as in bed with the state and secret military research as Macaulay Culkin with Michael Jackson. I trust Proton about as far as I can throw the Large Hadron Collider, or whatever they call it. So if you truly want an email address that blends in, why stop at Proton or Tuta? You could get a Gmail or an Outlook account or something. Sure, you don't want to put anything juicy on there. and you want to be careful how you connect to them. But if having an email address that blends in or doesn't look too weird is top of mind, you can't do better than Gmail. And yes, Gmail will ask to send you an SMS code or something. And I'm about to talk about that now. What do you do about phone numbers? Phone numbers. If you need a one-time SMS code, try SMS Pool. What do I mean by that? Sometimes you just need to register an account and they're asking for a number. You just need to receive one SMS at this number, nothing more. It'll cost you like 25 cents, 75 cents. You can pay in Monero, at least on SMS Pool you can. There are other services for that, but that's one case. If you need a number for a longer time, you can get a VoIP number with Monero. Once again, there are a few services for that, but for now, I'll just say jmp.chat. You can go to jmp.chat and get a number with Monero, rent a VoIP number. They also make a cool open source Android client called Chiogram, which works with jmp.chat as well as a few other VoIP services like Twilio and shit. Let me talk about digital fiat currency. All right, listen up, numbnuts. This is me nitpicking here, but I'm just a little tired of people confusing credit cards and debit cards. If they pay on your behalf and then you pay them back after, that's a credit card. If you pay them first and they pay with that money later, that's a debit card. These are accounting words, credit and debit. It has nothing to do with whether the card has a Visa or MasterCard or whatever. Credit card number, so-called credit card number on it. It works the same either way, but if you pay them first, that's a debit card. Just so you fucking know. Tired of hearing this crap. So you can get white market debit cards with like no KYC, and you can pay in Monero. I'm not going to suggest anything right now. I think Cake Wallet has something like that. I've seen Rayo 2 mention. I can't remember what it's called before. There's a thing where you can pay Bitcoin for a debit card or Monero for a debit card. You can find that in the white market. But if you have to spend more than like $1,000 or $2,000, it won't work because they won't let you put that much on them. If you need to do more in digital fiat currency and you want it to be private, pretty much have to use a proxy merchant. You can get a friend to give you their credit card deets, among other things. There are also folks on the net offering stuff like this, not stolen credit cards, but credit cards supposedly made by people who consented, that they will maintain for you, and they'll give you the details, and you pay them. Just make sure they have a good reputation, so they're less likely to steal your funds. Instant messaging. The most private IM protocols right now are Session and SimpleX. Something better comes out every few years, though. Have we heard of your blah, 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 sucky dicky, invisible signal noise, shadow monkey, sheep network messenger chat that your friend likes or that you read about last week? Maybe. Is it any good? Could be all right, and it could be other trash. Probably doesn't stack up too well to Session or SimpleX. For tens of years have we tried and trashed dozens of IM protocols that you will never even hear about for as long as you live. Half of them didn't even work, goddammit. But sooner or later, one of your dumb-sounding new IM protocols truly will be the next best thing. So I am listening. You can talk to me on Session or SimpleX. Go to VonuPodcast.com/CD. Get my contact details there. Tell me about your latest slippery cucumber chat. Ooh, the private encrypted messenger for Nazis. That should register with your phone number and say that you're a Nazi. Make a video saying that you're a terrorist, and you just register with your phone number. Yeah, send it in. Let me hear about how great it is. For audio video calls, you can use Jitsi Meet. It's easy to use. It's like Zoom. You can send someone a link and it works like conference room thing. And if you want like not end-to-end encryption, but just like a server with rooms on it or public rooms, people can talk to each other like Discord or Ventrilo or TeamSpeak from back in the day, playing video games. Check out Mumble because that's open source. It's been around for a while. I guess if you ran a Jitsi meet server over I2P, that would be pretty cool. It would be hard to do, but it would be much more private than how things are now. For social media, you can check out Nostr or the Fediverse. They're both pretty cool. My favorite Fediverse protocol is Pleroma, but whatever. You can go read about that if you want to fucking know more about that. And I guess the last networking thing I'd talk about is mesh networking. Mesh networking is a weird thing for nerds, but Reticulum seems pretty cool. So check it out. And they do have their own like chat applications on Reticulum and sort of website type things on Reticulum. That's pretty cool. You should check that out. Anyway, I've gone over time because I have no guests. So go fuck yourself. If you want to ask anything or say anything about any of the tips I've given on today's show or an older show, call in like, I don't know, 15 to 45 minutes at PAZNIA.com/call. Or you can find my contact details on VonuPodcast.com/CD. Send me some fan mail. Or, better yet, get your ass into the PAZNIA Radio Network chat at PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio. And, you know, I'll talk to you there soon. I'll look and see if anyone said anything there soon. Ghost pads, ghost phones. Do you want a more secure private phone, tablet, or laptop, but don't want to do the work yourself? Go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane. There's Pixel 7 privacy phones with Graphene OS Calyx, ThinkPads with neutralized IME, open source firmware, whatever Linux OS you like. And there are tablets. Go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane. If you want to ask anything about these goodies or something's not in stock, you want them to do a custom job, email Shane at libertyunderattack.com. Tell him Thane sent you QAnon. QAnon listens to the show, folks. Trust me, it's not easy to neutralize the IME and flash your own firmware to a laptop, and you do want this done. Please save yourself the headache and buy Jammin's goodies. 360 win. libertyunderattack.com/Thane. Does your body ever hurt anywhere? If it doesn't, it's about to, because this revelation is going to hurt your brain. Pain Liberator, 20% DMSO with a base of colloidal silver, water, magnesium, and aspirin. Great for most any kind of pain, sprained ankle, sore back, headaches, toothache, or jaw pain. DMSO and aspirin on their own are quite miraculous when put together, and Pain Liberator is magical. libertyunderattack.com/PainThane. This is actually really good. Entirely unique pain relief product. Nothing else is like it. It actually works really well. It's like you can't get anything like this anywhere else. So go to libertyunderattack.com/PainThane. It's truly amazing. Are you tired of me either having no guest on the show, like this week, or having some dumb retard on the show, like every other guest I've had? Well, don't only sit by and let this happen. Help me. Can you think of somebody you could see as a guest on this show? Tell me about them. Go to VonuPodcast.com/CD and find my session ID or SimpleX address there. Of course, it's better if you know the nigga you think could be on the show and you could help me get in with them somehow. Maybe the next guest on the show is you. I don't fucking care. Listen to this show. You think I care? Go ahead. Don't be shy. Anyway, feel free to tell me about anybody you think could be a guest, even if you don't know them. Why not? Go to VonuPodcast.com/CD. Find my contact details there. All right. Now, last week, I got a great fan mail that had a whole shitload of links in it. Links to websites for decentralized applications and shit like that. You can hopefully find those links in the show notes again. Yeah, please put that the links in the show notes again, by the way. And starting to answer those links took so long that I merely made it my Building the Second Realm talk for the show. Well, guess what? I'm going to keep milking that for as many shows as I can because it's free content for the show. I didn't get done answering all those links and shit last time, so I'm going to do my best to get through as many of them as I can now. So this is, once again, both the fan mail bit and the Building the Second Realm bit for this week's show. I'm being told that the links will be added to the show notes for this episode. Thank you. All right, so last week at the end of this bit, I was looking at the Swarm network, which seemed kind of cool to me, so I wanted to take a closer look at it. It seems to me that under the hood, Swarm is mostly about distributed data storage, which is funny because on their website, they made it sound like it's also about distributed computing and blah, blah, blah. So I think that was a little misleading. But that at least tells us why I didn't find anything in the book of Swarm about how they secure distributed computing. It's because they have no native distributed computing. Swarm's distributed data storage is done with libp2p and Kademla DHT, which is cool and all, but that's no better than what Autonomy Network does. Something I want to bring up here, I'm seeing a trend here where the best, most cutting edge networks are doing something not only with DHT, but with getting nodes to link up with their cryptographic neighbors, as in those whose cryptographic keys are closer to theirs. I wish there was a better word for that. These cutting edge networks are copying each other's homework for sure here. And I'm getting a pretty good feeling this kind of tech will be a much bigger deal 5 or 10 years from now. Something like this, the cryptographic neighbor thing, is done by both Holochain and Autonomy for securing the network and coordinating between nodes. But that's the thing. The greatest boon here is that you can secure the network without a blockchain, from the bottom up, from the grassroots, or in what Holochain calls an agent-centric way. And while Swarm does have something like this, and that's great, they are not freeing themselves from the blockchain with it. And that's the biggest way Swarm is missing out here, I think. So how is Swarm built on the blockchain anyway? I'll tell you, since it's hard to find on their website. But as far as I can tell, Swarm is built on Gnosis chain, which is a DAO-governed smart contract layer 2 chain. And that itself is, of course, built on gay old Ethereum. Geez, can't we let Ethereum die already, everybody? Are we truly going to build 5 fucking layers on top of Ethereum to get anything done because it sucks so much? That's dumb. I say throw the whole thing out and build on something better, but whatever. Folks are still getting some cool stuff done that way, I guess. And hey, there is still room for a blockchain distributed data storage network. So as far as that goes, Swarm may be the best looking one I've seen. It feels like Swarm was made by cool folks, and it feels like they are fans of Safe Network, which is now called Autonomy. And they copied a lot of Safe Network's homework. They may have not freed themselves from the blockchain, but they have thankfully gotten rid of mining. And what they have instead looks an awful lot like Safe Network's old proof of resource algorithm, or farming, as it is sometimes called. They get tokens through a lottery pretty much, which is an ingenious technique that they lifted from Safe Network for sure. The nodes also swap the token for bandwidth though, which is cool, but tokenizing bandwidth would be much sexier if it was a mesh networking protocol. I guess their bandwidth is for uploading, downloading, and overhead. And they have opportunistic caching, which will be good for performance. And they have a fairly neat communication feature called PSS. On top of that, they have some neat ways of going about access control. Now, the incentives are run by 3 smart contracts. Postage stamp contract, which handles folks buying so-called postage stamp batches with their XBZZ token. I don't know how I'm supposed to say that. Buzz. It's written in insect talk. Then there's the redistribution contract, which gets token payments to the nodes, I guess through their farming-like system. And then the price oracle contract, which looks at network redundancy to work out postage stamp prices. That's a little bit messy, but whatever. It's truthfully still way better than the retarded tokenomics that most of these projects come up with. So yeah, it's messy, but it looks okay. That leaves us asking one thing though. What the fuck is the XBZZ token and where did it come from? What the fuck do you think it is, retard? It's an ERC20 token that came from a big fat pre-mine. And almost all of it was given to the developers and other insiders with an ICO too. What the fuck did you think it would be? Duh. That's what all these shit coins do, isn't it? Of course they had to do it that way. Anyway, all jokes aside, I think it would be good to keep an eye on Swarm. But Autonomy is still much, much better. Autonomy also is a distributed data store protocol. And all the good tech that is really cool about Swarm was taken from Autonomy, formerly Safe Network. It was taken from them. They're the ones who came up with this stuff. And on top of that, it's not a blockchain protocol. Of course, Autonomy does rest on blockchain a little for now because they have an ERC20 token, but they'll get rid of that sooner or later. Hopefully sooner rather than later, but these are the same guys who took almost 20 years only to get where they are now. So fingers crossed, but they will get rid of the ERC20 token sooner or later because they being blockchain free is a core tenet of their project. All right, let's keep going through Sama's other links. Under more supposedly decentralized stuff, we have Flux, Open Mesh Xnode, Threefold, Akash Network, and Foreverland. All right. So Flux's front page is full of boring fluff that makes them sound like everybody else. And don't forget dog whistles that hint they are somehow centralized and they want to sell bullshit to enterprise. This is why I don't wade through crap like this much these days. This shit is truly mind-numbing to go through. Like, Jesus Christ. They have a fucking picture of white-collar workers smiling and high-fiving each other. I'm not joking. That's on their front page. Do you understand the shit I'm going through for you here, boss? I hope this makes you happy. Truly mind-numbing stuff. Truly mind-numbing. I've been suffering. And on top of that, they're making it hard for me to find out what the fuck Flux even is and how it works. Great. More time wasting. Let's look closer since I love eating shit with a big fat fucking smile on my face. All right. Well, I found out that the bitch who did the marketing is named Shannon Blood. Yeah, her name is Blood. Like the straight up English word for blood, spelled the same way and everything. That's cool. I guess she's a vampire or something. Maybe that's why her marketing makes me feel so tired and drained. I also found out that they have DB the dog on their team, who I'm sure is one of their best and brightest. Come to think of it, I may have had cyber sex with DB the dog on IRC once, and that was a very intellectually stimulating. Jesus Christ. These guys partnered with NVIDIA? That doesn't sound good. All right, dude. So after all that, I'm officially pissed off at how hard it is to find out how Flux works and what it even is. Let's try a search engine. All right, here's something on GitHub. Flux, the world's first and largest decentralized computing network. Is that so? What the fuck are these retards smoking? All right, and that GitHub page was merely for a front end, so that doesn't give a shit. How about docs.runonflux.io? Right? That's usually where the docs that say things are, right? Nope. Psych. It's only telling you about the API. You see, Flux is doing a whole lot of buy our shitcoin. Here's how to buy our shitcoin. And build on Flux. Here's how you can build on Flux. But not a whole lot of here's what Flux fucking is and how it works. All right. What else do they have on their GitHub? FluxD. Flux Daemon. All right. Let's look. Flux was formerly known as Zell and is a fork of Zcash? What the fuck? So Flux is a layer 1 blockchain and maybe even a privacy coin, or at least a fork of a privacy coin. Why was it that hard for me to find that out? That sounds cool. What is wrong with these faggots? All right. The coin is mined with an ASIC resistant proof of work. And that's it. That's all you find out from that GitHub page. All right. Flux Wiki. Here we go. If Flux Wiki doesn't tell us anything, then I don't know what I'm going to do, boss. What's Flux Wiki say? Blah, blah, blah. Here's how you install a node and buy our shitcoin. Shut the fuck up. Are you fucking kidding me? This isn't even a wiki, dude. All right. So this is where I give up without truly knowing what Flux even is. Fuck Flux, dude. What very little I could learn about it sounded cool, but it is too hard to find out anything more about it for me to care. What the hell's wrong with them? Are they trying to pump and dump some dumb little shitcoin, or they already did years ago and they merely don't care? Are they truthfully that dumb? and they didn't think to put out any documentation. Anyway, at least I will never have to think or talk about Flux ever again. Thank God. All right, let's look at Open Mesh Network. Now, these guys were coming out punching. They're talking shit about big tech. They're talking shit about most of Web3 being too centralized. They're making bold claims. They're bragging about needing no KYC, giving you guesses about how much money and time you'll save if you go with them instead of AWS and other big guys. All right, that's a good start. They have this Open Mesh Academy thing for teaching folks and incubating pitches. That's kind of cool. All right, let's check out the docs. They want to deal with the threat of regulatory overreach and centralized control, huh? Okay, that's good. But let's see how. Okay. Their X node operating system is based on NixOS. Well, that's good. NixOS might make their X nodes more trustworthy. It won't be so hard to know what will happen when you go to update them. NixOS is a good idea. All right. Now, it seems like this is yet another Ethereum-based thing, which sucks, but whatever. Lots of these networks are. And they somehow have cross-chain stuff. I guess it's with Chainlink somehow. And they have a weird thing where I guess you buy an NFT that represents a bit of the infrastructure. That's kind of cool. Haven't quite seen something like that before. And I guess their governance is some kind of proof of stake crap, whatever. And it's yet another token with an overly planned distribution that pays its own developers a lot, of course. Now, we were off to an all right start there. I liked how they were talking on their front page, but their website and light paper didn't tell me much about how it works. And I'm not finding a fucking white paper anywhere. Like, what the fuck, dude? What's going on? Why do they keep doing this to me? Why are they always like this? Why do they waste so much of my goddamn time? I'll tell you why. So that they don't have to waste your time, boss. I'm doing this so that you don't have to. And it hurts. So I sure hope you're getting something from all this dumb bullshit I'm going through. All right, so I have to read Medium articles written by random retards to learn anything more about Open Mesh. How much do you want to bet they won't tell me everything I want to know? I'm willing to bet all my open tokens and Xnode NFTs that they won't. If I win the bet, I get to double my holdings, which happen to be 0. If I lose, then I'll donate all those holdings to the Open Mesh DAO. All right, so you get open tokens for running an Xnode with your spare storage and computing resources. That's it. The Medium articles told me almost nothing. I win the bet, and I demand double my holdings of open tokens and Xnode NFTs. And I also demand that the listeners send donations to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio. And please tell them Thane Riddle is very bored and needs help. So I walk away from this thinking, I'm sure Open Mesh is some kind of cool thing in some way. But man, if you can't help me find out what your protocol fucking is and how it fucking works, then you can utterly go fuck yourself. Come on, man. Fuck off. Put a proper white paper, at least slightly technical summary on your website, or fuck off. If you can't tell us what your protocol is and how it works, we don't care about it. Fuck off, asshole. That's it for now. I'll keep milking this. Sorry, Sama. You see, Sama sent me another fan mail this week, but we talked about it and we decided, I guess, that I'll read it whenever I'm done answering his last one. And it's funny, by the way. I can't wait to read it to you. His new fan mail is funny, and he's got more links. Not as many as last time, but more links. And there's going to be more after that. He has like 10 fan mails planned out. But I'm going to keep milking this for as long as I can. I'm not trying to make his last fan mail last a bajillion shows. It's just that I'm that long-winded, and it's that hard to find anything about these protocols and how they fucking work. It's me wasting hours trying to figure out how they work and them not telling me, and then I complain about it to you. Hopefully you like that. If you have any thoughts on anything said on this show, or you want to ask anything, please send it in, and I'll likely answer you on next week's show. If you'd rather call in and speak with us live, call in soon at PAZNIA.com/call. Hell, call in now if you fucking want to. I don't care. And get your ass in the PAZNIA Radio Network chat at PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio. And I'm going to look real soon to see if anyone said anything there. And yeah, if you want to work on decentralized networks and shit like that, cool stuff, mesh networking, blah, blah, holochain, autonomy. I know people who are interested in that. Cool people building the second realm on the internet, or at least they want to. So talk to me if you want to work on stuff like that and link up with others. Blah, blah, blah. Go to fucking VonuPodcast.com/CD for my contact details. Hey, give me your money. Give me your wallet. Give me your shoes. You wearing? What do you got on you? Do you want to support this show and the rest of PAZNIA Radio Network? Give me all your stuff. Sell it at the pawn shop. Buy Monero. Or you can buy some PAZNIA merch to replace the clothing that you sold at PAZNIA shop, PAZNIA.com/shop. We're also taking Monero donations at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. And please leave them a note saying Thane sent you so that I can get money. If you're a Bitcoin maxi or something, you can go to Zap.Stream and zap us silly. Support the show that gives you blah, 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 and thus blah, blah, blah. 360 win. And don't forget, you can also join the second realm and get discounts and other hustles in the Agora, more access to the PAZNIA network, and maybe even some merch. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane and put in coupon code Thane to get $25 off an honorary stakeholder membership. And don't forget to tune into the PAZNIA Radio Network on the first and third Monday of every month at 7 p.m. Central for Richard Greaser's Music Monday show. All the true fans call him the Dick Greaser, folks. And that's a 360 win. So check out PAZNIA.com/radio to find links to the streams. You can call in if you want to talk to me. You can call in now. You can go to PAZNIA.com/call and call me or something. I don't care. Here, let me check the chat to see if anyone said anything. I don't think anybody said anything in the goddamn chat. So do it next time. Go to fucking PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio to go to the chat. PAZNIA.com/call to call in, which you're not doing. So I guess I'll just end the show early or something. Unless fucking Radio 2 has any other ideas. Wow, what an amazing show we've had here today, folks. Hope you liked it. I suffer a lot to achieve very little on the show, and I'm glad that you make so much out of so little. I'm glad that you find it entertaining. I, despite appearances, I'm a super cool privacy consultant and stuff, and you can contact me if you need privacy consulting for like something stupid, but you have money to throw around, so you're willing to pay for something that doesn't matter, or if you're also in trouble already, so you need help, go to VonuPodcast.com/CD to find my session ID or SimpleX address. And if you can prove that you're a vetted PAZNIan or an honorary stakeholder, I'll give you a steep discount. And on next week, I mean, I don't keep my promises too well, but what I have in mind for next week is the down-to-earth tip will be about names and faces. That's all about keeping different domains of your life apart from each other, not mixing stuff, which is a big deal in privacy and security. And I'll continue going through Sama's links and suffering and complaining about them. Self-Liberation Saturday, I guess, will keep going for another 4 or 5 hours to 8 or 9 p.m. Central, maybe, if I'm not mistaken, and if the stream doesn't crash. So don't touch that dial, folks. Stay tuned in to this station, radio station. And that's all for me. So stay frosty out there, folks.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@paznia.com. Again, coordinator@paznia.com. See you in the second realm.
The newest bundle via Liberty Under Attack Publications. Over the course of the past 7+ years, the LUA Publications catalogue has greatly expanded. 4 years ago, we put together our very first self-liberation bundle, a way to pick up all the books we publish in one bundle at a heavily discounted price. Back then, there were 17 books. Well, we finally got around to an update and the total number of books is up to a staggering 27. The Self-Liberation Bundle is now essentially a small library of the highest quality, rarest self-liberational media, not available via anyone else. We know, as we struggled to locate much of it for our own delectation over the past decade or so. Truly some pieces of valuable libertarian history, priceless strategy guides, liberty agorist fiction, and much more. Purchasing these books individually, you'd pay well over $400. Save big, and order your self-liberation bundle today. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Again, libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
This is Liberty Under Attack Radio, hosted by Shane and Matt. Your place for documented truth and where freedom is the only agenda. We must end the terror war.
And we are live. You're listening to Liberty Under Attack Radio on the Family Network. I'm your host, Shane, broadcasting live from the communist state of Illinois. I'm also joined by my co-host, Stan. Stan, it's good to have you on with me this evening, sir. How's it going?
It's going good. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Had a pretty productive day, actually. Actually did like 2 hours of yard work. Need to be done. So, and now we're doing a lot of podcasts, so that's kind of neat.
I apologize, I lost track of time.
Oh, no problem, Gary. No problem, Gary. Just give us a few minutes here to get the listeners up to speed, and then we'll begin. For those of you on Fascist Book, you've probably seen the event page describing the subject for tonight. We are joined by Gary Hunt from Outpost of Freedom to talk about the creation of political prisoners. The Free Dictionary defines a political prisoner as a person who has been imprisoned, detained, or otherwise isolated for involvement in political activity. Expanding that definition will take a close examination of a memorandum sent to the participants and conference on the tax rebellion movement in 1973.
The regional commissioner at the time, Homer Crossman, recommended these items of action, the numbers representing those found in the letter. 3. Identify the leaders of the movement and concentrate on them. 5. Continue to step up the infiltration in depth of the movement. 6. Use all available federal, state, and local laws. And lastly, 8. Wage a campaign to educate U.S. attorneys and federal judges with the importance of prison sentences on cases. We'll discuss their cases, what led up to their arrest, and everything up to their current case status, or in one case, the conclusion. The case studies for this evening will be Robert Beecher, Kevin Casey Massey, and William Wolfe. Before we bring in Gary, I'd like to direct the listeners to the LUA Court Documents Archive and also provide the layout for the show. The link to the archive is tinyurl.com/political prisoners LUA. Again, that's tinyurl.com/political prisoners LUA. And I will link that into the chat in just a moment for those of you watching from there. All 3 of these political prisoners' archives are up to date, and if you're feeling ambitious, you can definitely look through all of the court documents there yourself. So now for the layout of the show. We'll discuss one political prisoner in each segment. When we get ready to go to break, we'll open up the phone lines for questions or comments in regards to the case study that we just completed, and we'll take calls when we return from break. After we get through all of these case studies, we'll open up the phones for a general Q&A with any questions regarding any of the political prisoners. So go ahead and take note of these call-in numbers, 218-895-3818. Again, that's 218-895-3818, or on Skype at P.R.N. Radio Live. So let's get to it. Gary Hunt was a professional land surveyor. Having been the county surveyor for Orange County, Florida from 1974 to 1978, he began private practice in 1978 and continued as such until 1993 when events in Waco, Texas, caused him to leave his business in pursuit of restoring the Constitution. In 1989, he began researching, investigating, and studying history, law and events where the government was pointing its guns in the wrong direction. He began publishing a patriot newspaper, Outpost of Freedom, in February 1993, when your humble host was a mere 9 months old. Since that time, he has investigated numerous occurrences, including Waco, the murder of Michael Hill, Ohio militia chaplain, Oklahoma City bombing, and other events. He has attended the sites to investigate the events and has reported on his investigations. He has continued to report on his findings on the internet, as well as write articles about other current events, about the history of the Revolutionary Era, and the founding documents. His website can be found at outpost-of-freedom.com/blog. Again, that's outpost-of-freedom.com/blog. And we definitely recommend you go check out his work. There's a lot of material on there. So, Gary, welcome to Liberty Under Attack Radio.
Well, thank you for the invitation, Shane.
Oh, not a problem. So yeah, Gary, I heard of your name and your work a few years ago, and I never thought I'd be interviewing you, but it's definitely an honor to have you on. How are you doing this evening?
I'm doing fine. I've been busy with the most recent article on Mr. Massey, and we'll get into that when we get into that segment. It was a tough one.
Yeah. So I guess, is there anything I missed in your introduction?
No, I don't think so. I mean, yes, there's a lot that you missed, but I don't think it's relevant.
Fair enough. So I know that you wanted to expound upon the political prisoner's definition, Gary, so why don't you go ahead and do that?
Well, political prisoner, by the classical definition, is something you see in the Soviet Union or perhaps Germany, other countries where somebody says, in fact, for a short period in our history under the Constitution, when the Alien and Sedition Acts were in place during John Adams' administration, where you're arrested for what you say or what the threat you pose to government. The sedition laws still exist in this country. Louis Beam was charged with sedition, I think, in the 70s, and he beat that. But it's very hard when there's a Bill of Rights guarantee of freedom of speech. You know, where does that line stop? We know you can't yell fire in a theater, but can I say, fire on the government? Yes, I can. So it's very difficult for them to go after you directly for let's say, sedition or to imprison you as a political prisoner. So when Shane and I were talking about doing this program, he was thinking political prisoners, but I think more appropriately it's creation of political prisoners, because as he read in the letter, the government's going to go after you with local laws, federal laws, whatever they can. They'll go use any tools available to them to get you imprisoned for a crime, whether real or not, to have the effect of being able to go after dissidents, political prisoners within this country.
Indeed. Well put. So we do have a lot to cover tonight, so let's get right into it. So let's talk about Robert Beecher. He violated, or apparently violated, Title 18 U.S.C. 922, paragraph G, subparagraph 1. It shall be unlawful for any person who has been convicted in any court of a crime punishable by imprisonment for a term exceeding 1 year to ship or transport in interstate or foreign commerce, or possess in or affecting commerce any firearm or ammunition, or to receive any firearm or ammunition which has been shipped or transported in interstate or foreign commerce. So Gary, tell us a little about Robert Beecher.
Well, as near as I can tell, I've corresponded with Beecher since his arrest, not before. He was brought to my attention, and I was introduced to his daughter, Jessie. And Jessie has been the primary source of most of the information I have been able to obtain, but the correspondence from Beecher has been very enlightening as far as his feelings, his attitude towards government. Apparently, he's well known and respected in the biker community in the Southeast. And he was also an active participant in the online portion of Operation Mutual Aid, OMA. OMA is the organization that put out the initial call for people to go to the Bundy Ranch last year, April of last year, or March or April. Don't recall right now. Getting old. However, he was also the first instance where I was aware of the method that the government began to use to get a criminal complaint against Robert Beecher. He ended up taking a plea agreement, but I think we can work our way up to that. But his background is one of activism, and he's got that tie to OMA, and we'll see that tie again. Okay.
Right, awesome. And so let's kind of go through, I guess, the details of his case and his arrest. The way I understand it, there were some fascist Facebook photos, that of him with firearms, or him in the same area as firearms. So why don't you tell us a little about that, how it actually came about, the arrest and the criminal complaint?
Okay, the criminal complaint was based upon, well, it did two things. First, they did a demonization of Robert Beecher. They have to do this because somewhere along the line they've got to get an indictment before a grand jury. So they'll bring up things that aren't related to the actual crime he's charged with. They accused him of saying certain things on the OMA discussion board. They were different elements of demonization, but then the principal element in getting the criminal complaint by which the search warrant and the arrest warrant were issued were the fact that on his private Facebook page, which was limited access to friends, and we don't know which friend, he had posted pictures. His daughter Jessie had bought him a rifle, and so there's a picture, happy birthday, Dad, and all this. And he was sitting in his home at the time. There were pictures of him outside with the rifle. Well, he was a felon, and his felony was fairly recent. I think that it was in this century, in the early 2000s. But he's been working and otherwise, performing decent function in the community, but activism in the patriot community. So somebody provided access to the private portion of his Facebook page. They grabbed those pictures, and they were included in the criminal complaint and subsequently the means of getting the search warrant and arrest warrant and eventually the indictment. So this is the first instance where I am aware of them using Facebook posting pictures.
Wow.
Who's the accuser here? You know, the camera, Kodak? Who's the accuser that said he had a rifle? And so where do we find a legitimacy under our Constitution for a picture? You can't prove it's a real rifle. You know, it could be an airsoft. It could be a prop. But they get the search warrant then, and they go into his home, and apparently some other FBI agents, along with the local sheriff, were waiting near where he worked. And when they say, yeah, we got the rifles, then they go and arrest him, and he's been in jail since then. Or now he's in prison. So they have used the beware of what you post on Facebook or what you post anywhere on the internet. For example, the OMA discussions where they were talking about, I think the exact wording implied, when the government falls apart, we're going to do something, but that's not the way they presented it. They suggested that he was saying we need to attack the government now. So what you say can be used against you, and you don't have to say it in front of somebody that can swear that you said it. They're going to assume that since your name's affixed to it in a discussion group, and think of the ramifications of that. What if somebody poses at me and says something to get me arrested? That if you post any pictures, if you're a convicted felon, or since we know that they're looking at pictures of convicted felons, if you're showing, posting a picture of the 7 rifles, 3 handguns, and all the knives that you got displayed on a blanket, you just gave them an inventory of what you've got. So whether they're registered you or not, if they come to get your guns, they're going to go through that checklist that they got off of that picture and say, okay, where's this Winchester? Where's this AK? Where's this SKS? And you're going to have to answer to them because they're going to have an inventory that you voluntarily gave them, and they can apparently use it legally in prosecution of you. So.
Wow. Yeah, I think there's a couple things you kind of mentioned there that I think we should kind of touch on here. But yeah, we definitely recommend you don't post anything that you wouldn't want the government to see on Facebook. And that's definitely, as Gary said, keep your firearms off of Facebook. There's nothing good that can come out of putting pictures of your firearms on Facebook. So we definitely recommend do so at your own risk. But there's another thing you mentioned. This is something you can kind of see with all of these political prisoners we're going to talk about, and also just in general. They do like to they have to portray a negative image of these people when they take them to trial. Like with Ross Ulbricht, they said he had 2 murder for hire charges. They never pursued those, but they still put them in there so the public thought he was just a disgusting, despicable person. As with Beecher, they did the same thing, said he was pretty much anti-government and things like that. So yeah, the demonization definitely comes before the trial. It's definitely necessary.
And they're definitely going to take that criminal complaint, which they can put anything they want in that, whether it's to justify a warrant or demonization, and that will go before the grand jury. So the grand jury will hear evidence not related to the crime, and that is the effect of demonization, where you bring up what you just said, Shane, about that doesn't matter. It's not the crime, so they can say anything they want just about and present it in any form they want.
Yep, indeed. So what happened after that? They got the search warrant. They arrested him. What was the progression?
Final
of
disposition. Well, he was fighting it. I guess I don't want to brag, but I guess I made a name for myself because twice Jesse reported back to me that Robert's attorney said that the USA, when AUSA, the assistant U.S. attorney, was talking with them, said, you can rest assured that Gary Hunt's no friend of ours. Because I wrote a series, it's on the blog. If you put a /blog after the URL that Shane gave earlier, you'll get to the blog, and on the top right search block, if you put Robert Beecher or Beecher, Beecher, it'll show all the articles on Beecher and give the details, links to the documents. I think they're probably all posted on Shane's page as well.
Yep, they are.
But what eventually happened, Robert was gung-ho to fight this. The letters I got from him, I'm ready to go to the mat with this. But then the kicker, Jesse had admittedly it was bought by her through a Class 3 dealer, so the paperwork is there. One of the rifles, the one that was in the pictures, that was the birthday present, they told Robert that if he didn't plea, that they were going to go after Jesse for providing a firearm to a convicted felon. Robert decided to take the plea then, and my antagonizing them may have made it worse for Robert, because he got 15 years willingly. He's in his 50s. He probably, unless he's let out early, may well spend the rest of his life in prison. But he did it, ironically, for what we all fight for, which is our children. Mm-hmm. To keep any risk of falling upon Jesse for buying that firearm, he was willing to spend 15 years of his life in prison, probably the last 15 or the last years of his life. That's the tool of government. There's no justice associated with that. It's just a belligerent government that is going to get their pound of flesh.
Yeah, that's just dirty tricks. And keep in mind, guys, this is for mala prohibita. This is a victimless crime. He didn't hurt anybody. I mean, these were just firearms in his possession. This is mala prohibita, and he's going to get 15 years for violating that.
So that's it's when I was young, if we read a story like this, we would think that it was Russia or maybe even Nazi Germany. We would not even begin to equate this kind of judicial tactic, this judicial tyranny, not the kind that judges practice, but the kind that the Department of Justice practices. It's just foreign to the concept of justice that I was raised with, and that I was willing to fight for.
Yeah, indeed. So I'll go ahead and give the call out line again. If you have any questions or comments in regards to Mr. Beecher, feel free to give us a call, 218-895-3818, or on Skype at FPRN Radio Live. So I guess closing thoughts or conclusions for Mr. Beecher.
Learn from this, and it will get worse as we progress through the next few episodes.
Yeah. Learn from this situation. Definitely learn from this situation. Because they very well might use the same tactics again. I'm sure they will. So, you want to go ahead and move on to Massey?
I'm ready to go on with Massey. Yes.
Okay. All right. Kevin Casey Massey also is being charged with violating Title 18 U.S.C. 922, Paragraph G, Subparagraph 1. It shall be unlawful for any person who has been convicted in any court of a crime punishable by imprisonment for a term exceeding 1 year to ship or transport in interstate or foreign commerce, or possess in or affecting commerce any firearm or ammunition, or to receive any firearm or ammunition which has been shipped or transported in interstate or foreign commerce. So, Gary, tell us about how this all kind of started down there in Camp Lone Star.
Well, Kevin Massey, Casey Massey is how he's known and prefers to be called, was established the first, let's say, viable operation on the Texas border to stop the flow of immigrants across the border into the United States. They turned people back if they got too far in. They set them on the ground, called BPS, and had BPS come and pick them up. And they'd have a good working relationship with at least some of the BPS officers. Some of the BPS officers take their job seriously, just like some cops take their job seriously, but there are always the bad cops and there are always the bad BPS agents. But after setting up this successful operation, Camp Lone Star by name, Casey decided to do a radio program. And now, let me back up just a little. Casey was also active in the discussion and a member of OMA, though he, like Beecher, did not go to the Bundy Ranch. But then he became outspoken, kind of like a guy named Charles Dyer, and talking about what was going on in the world and how we needed to stop it. So he was becoming quite well known, both because of what he did at Camp Lone Star and subsequently with the radio program. So it wasn't very long after the radio program that all these events occurred. Now, I had met Casey prior to that. There was an effort to stop what was called a border shutdown operation, and somebody that was not involved with it was suggesting bombs or dynamite and blowing up bridges and all that. It got shut down, and KC got that end of the story. Now, Stacy Barth in California was the one behind it, and I ended up meeting Stacy, not in person, but talking with her extensively on Skype or on the phone over what went wrong with this organization. And I look for the people that are bad elements in the Patriot community. And she was sincere in just getting a demonstration to block the border physically for a few hours or a day or two. And so it seemed like a legitimate demonstration that would more than likely get mainstream media attention and bring more attention of people away from the border to what was happening on the border. So she wanted to try it again, so I called KC, got his number, and called him. And our first conversation, I explained where she was and that this thing about bombs and any shooting or anything was not a part of the original program, and it was basically sabotaged by the intervention of the person that was getting those messages out, purporting to be part of the management of or organizational part of the border shutdown operation. So we got talking, and we got to be pretty good friends. We talked probably once or twice a week, and look forward to meeting each other in person someday. And maybe it'll be next month the way things are going. But at any rate, I knew Casey ahead of time, and which I did not with Beecher. I never met Beecher and only worked primarily through Jesse. So when this happened, one of the first people he contacted was me, because he knew what I had been writing about Beecher. The Beecher story was ongoing at that time. Yeah. And so it's been all the way through. I've been in contact with Casey. When he was first arrested, he called me from jail. He was held at Odysee Federal Detention Center initially, and then he was released on his own recognizance, unsecured bond, and he was out until shortly before the first hearing was coming up. And then he made the mistake of smoking a joint and failing a piss test. He realizes it's a mistake, but then we talk about that, and it might not have been a mistake after all, because after that he was put back in jail. In fact, on his jacket they put Aryan Brotherhood, and he detests Aryan Brotherhood and was never a member of it. He's a biker. He was a member of the Cossacks, which was one of the a long time ago, quite a while ago, but he left them a long time ago. But they were one of the Cossacks and Banditos were the principal belligerents in the Waco shooting just a few months ago. Mm-hmm. But they put Aryan Brotherhood on his jacket when he went to prison. The U.S. Marshal Service did. And because of that, he was put in solitary confinement. They keep the temperature quite low. They give you one blanket. Kevin's 6'4". The blankets are 6 foot long. I'm 6'1", and I've been in jail with a 6 foot blanket, and you've got to learn how to tuck everything in and bundle up to try and stay warm. Yeah. So that began the ordeal with Kevin, and is the background in his case.
Let me mention one thing, because we mentioned it with Beecher as well. The demonization. Obviously, the Aryan Brotherhood got him in solitary. It may have been a form of demonization, but I know I was looking at our good friends over at the Southern Poverty Law Center. They had a post on Massey, and I think in the search warrant, I don't remember what it was called, the itemization of the search warrant, what they found there. There was some sort of chemical. And like on there, it said some sort of chemical that could be used to like make bombs. And Southern Poverty Law Center jumped on top of that, obviously, as they are known to do. Whenever I saw that, I was like, okay, so like if this is true, then why are they even going after him for the firearm? Like they would be just hammering that one down. So yeah, I think that was probably at least the SPLC's attempt to demonize. I'm not sure if there was anything else that transpired for the demonization of Massey, but yeah, we're coming up on this first break. Real quick, so Massey was on home detention. You mentioned.
Well, let's talk about this explosive. It's not inaccurate. It's not accurate either. Tannerite is readily available. You mix a couple components. One of them diesel fuel, aluminum powder. I don't remember all the elements, but you can buy them in a gun store and you use them to make exploding targets.
Yeah. And
so they're calling it an explosive. And SPLC picked up on it, and I think in the first SPLC they said he had ammonium nitrate and diesel fuel, which is true, and he probably had enough to blow his nose with. But, when you're going to demonize somebody, do it don't do it gracefully, don't do it honestly, demonize the hell out of him.
Of course. And we're coming to this first break. Got any questions on Massey? Give us a call, 218-895-3818, or on Skype at FPRN Radio Live. We'll take the calls when we come back.
In every age, a technology is created that upends the foundations of society. The wheel, the printing press, the internet. Now, in a world sliding into financial chaos, a new technology is changing the way monetary systems work around the world. It is called Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a new form of money, controlled not by banks, governments, or corporations, but through mutual commerce between free individuals. To learn more, visit WeUseCoins.com.
Hi everyone, this is Shane, the host of Liberty Under Attack Radio on the Freedom Phalanx Radio Network. If you follow LUA, you know that we put out a lot of content, the biggest compilation being my Adventures in Illinois Law series. In this series, I witnessed tyranny firsthand, and it was one of the major reasons I jumped off the minarchist ship and came to true freedom, which is voluntarism. This series is now available in anthology and audiobook format at libertyunderattack.com. Again, that is libertyunderattack.com. Make sure to tune in live every Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on FPRNradio.com.
Thanks for listening to FPRN. Don't forget to check us out on Facebook and Twitter. If you'd like to start your own show with FPRN, advertise with us, or donate to the network or to your favorite shows, check out our website at www.fprnradio.com.
And welcome back to Liberty Under Attack Radio, here on the Freedom Phalanx Radio Network. We're joined by Gary Hunt from Outpost of Freedom to discuss the creation of political prisoners. His website is outpost-of-freedom.com/blog. Again, outpost-of-freedom.com/blog. So, Gary, Stan, welcome back.
So let's, Massey we have a lot more information on Massey than we do on Beecher because of my constant communication. But we get a little bit different picture here. It wasn't pictures posted on Facebook in this case. What it was is it appears, and there are a number of reasons, and if we go chronologically, we're going to lose some context in this. So I think the best thing to do is get out of order a little bit in presenting it, but we'll try and stay chronological as far as the principal events.
Okay.
Camp Lone Star, occasionally the guys would get together and say, okay, let's go on patrol. And they were patrolling some private property, and they had wanted to talk to the owner of Sable Palms, which has both public and private areas. Some are off limits to the public, but it's a preserve. And so the morning of the event, and that's not the arrest, the morning of the event, they decided they were going to go on patrol. It was late morning. They decided they were going to go on patrol, and they were going to stop by and speak with the owner of the Sable Palms Preserve. The there were two people that are questionable in this whole thing as far as perhaps being informants for the government. One we're pretty sure, and the other one we're not so sure of. So I'm not going to mention the one that we're not so sure of. His initials, though, are A.S. But the one that we're pretty sure of is a fellow named John Forrester. He went by the name Jesus. So the three guys going on the mission that day, or on the patrol that day, were Casey Massey, Varner, who goes by the name of Wolf, and John Forrester, who goes by the name Jesus or Jesus. I guess he goes by Jesus because he's not Mexican. So, but Jesus is the one that we've kind of fingered as being an informant for the government. And he left the Camp Lone Star shortly after the shooting. In fact, both of them. He left shortly after the shooting. Casey asked who wants to go on patrol. Jesus and Wolf said, "We'll go with you." And Jesus and Wolf went and got the this little four-wheeled buggy thing. I don't know what they call them, but mule, I guess. But Massey had some stuff to do in their office or their headquarters before he left. So Forrester didn't have time to make a phone call, but AS was knew they were going and had time. Wolf told me that Forrester could not have made a phone call while they were waiting for Casey. But we have a feeling a phone call was made to BPS or to FBI probably, saying they're going to be going on patrol out there. So they went out and they stopped at the and met the owner of, or manager, whatever he was, proprietor of the Sable Palms Preserve, spoke with him and got permission to operate on his property as well. Now, some of the property right against the border is still privately owned. A lot of it is a buffer that's federal lands now they've acquired. So they go out to go on patrol, and as they're going on patrol, Jesus is closest to the river, the Rio Grande, then a few hundred feet away, but shortly after they started out, not visible was Varner, and then a few hundred feet further on was Massey. But shortly, and when they started out on the paths, they were close together, but that separated further and further as they progressed. One of the BPS officers met Varner and was talking to him when 5 shots were heard. The BPS officer on his radio found out that a shooting had occurred closer to the river. Massey heard it, and he was walking towards that location when he met Varner and the BPS agent, and they continued down and met the shooter and Forrester. Forrester was the one that was shot at. He was shot at from 30 feet away. 5 shots were fired at him, and none of them hit him. In more recent information conveyed, which I got from Massey very recently, a guy that was at Willesee with him is back at the Massey's currently in the county jail. A guy that had come from Willesee had met Forrester, and apparently Forrester said the 4 shots walked up towards him and the 5th one just missed him. Whether that's true or not, we don't know. But they were missed from 30 feet away. If you can imagine that, that's missing the ceiling if you fall on your back and point straight up and pull the trigger. It's almost impossible. So anyway, the shooting occurred. Now, interestingly, after the shooting, according to testimony, Forrester put the weapon down on the ground, dropped it or put it down on the ground. However, according to testimony, when Forrester and the shooter, the BPS agent that did the shooting, came out, Forrester was carrying his firearm at his hand, down, pointed down, but in his hand. Now, if there's a shooting and you got a bad guy, you take his weapon away. But the BPS agent didn't give his up, and Forrester didn't give his up, and Massey and Varner still had theirs. But then they all came together, and Varner and Massey knew nothing more than any of the BPS agents. They heard the shots. That's all. The only thing they knew was Forrester was over in that direction. So they're witnesses to virtually nothing. That's, there's a bank robbery and you're 3 blocks away and not even in line to the bank robbery are you a witness to the bank robbery, but so they wanted to detain them as witnesses.
Yep, and let's emphasize that Massey was not in the area of the shooting. Let's just make that very clear. He could not have been a suspect in the shooting.
Right. The only knowledge he had, and the agent that was with Varner knew this because Massey was further away than Varner, and all Varner and the other agent heard was 5 shots. And without the radio, they wouldn't have known what was happening until they got to the location where the shooting occurred. And Massey was further away, so neither one of them could possibly shed any light on what was happening any more than the agent that was talking to Varner at the time.
Yeah.
So this reeks of a setup because then even though they were allowed to keep their weapons, finally one of them said, well, in case something happens, I think you ought to put your weapons up. So they put them in the mule, and then it was suggested that, well, what if some illegals sneak up and get them out of the mule? They'll be armed, so why don't you put them in the back of the BPS truck? So the weapons ended up in the back of the BPS truck. But prior to that, Massey had said, can we leave? We didn't witness anything. Well, we wanted to detain you to question you. Now, this becomes interesting in terms of the legal battle that's going on. Was it a detention? Was it a stop? What legal characteristic did this have? More recently, in one of the articles we write about it, the state of Texas has given certain authority to certain agents of the government, but it's very limited authority, especially with regard to arrests, that there has to be a felony before they can make an arrest. Either the Texas law says a violation of Texas law. The prosecutor Hagan in the court proceedings presented something that said that they could arrest him also for a federal felony. But there's no felony here because they don't know if Massey is a convicted felon or not, or do they? And here's where we get out of sequence. Later on, when Massey's second attorney, Louis Sorello, had access to some of the discovery items, there was a notice that the NCIC computer was searched for Kevin Lyndall Massey 35 minutes before the shooting, and he confirmed the time zone to make sure that was correct. So 35, this is where it begins to look like a setup. 35 minutes before the shooting, but after they have left Camp Lone Star, somebody runs NCIC on Massey, so they have a fresh piece of paper saying, this guy's a convicted felon. However, if you look at all the testimony in trial, nobody knew he was a felon until the sheriff, some 2.5, 3 hours later, said he called into the sheriff's department to have them run Massey and Varner, but not Forster. But we don't have those reports. We don't even know if the sheriff ran it or if they lied in the testimony in a hearing. We have no evidence that there was ever a run on Varner. Forrester, the one involved in the criminal act, but the criminal act was performed by BPS in violation of their policy. But the only one we have record of is Massey, and it was 35 minutes before the shooting, but they acted like they didn't know. So this begins to look and smell like a setup.
Oh, yeah.
And other things that happened subsequently enhance that. So the picture that we've put together over a period of time is A.S., when he saw them going on patrol, made a phone call. After that phone call, they ran Massey, because he's the guy they targeted, not Varner, not Forrester. And Forrester has a criminal record, by the way. Varner does not. So Forrester was a felon in possession, too, and was charged with that, and I think he pled to that. But he's still pending drug charges. This thing reeks. And in sticking to the possibility that Forrester was an informant, so he leaves Camp Lone Star shortly after that. Nobody's arrested that day. They're finally released after almost 4 hours. Not too long later, Forrester leaves Camp Lone Star. I think, some people welcomed him leaving. But the night before the arrest, there was a conference call, and it was dealing with what turned into Operation American Freedom, which was an event that was supposed to go to Washington. I was on the call. Massey was on the call. Varner was there. And some other people were there. I was here. They were in a motel room. Now, they had a motel room rented all the time for taking showers. It was for the use of anybody at Camp Lone Star that wanted a good night's sleep, a shower, get cleaned up, because the camp situation was basically a rustic camp. They didn't have the facilities for the conveniences. So during this call, Forrester shows up after weeks of being gone. And he hangs around for a while and ended up leaving some mail even that was addressed to him in the room when he finally left. And he didn't seem to have any purpose being there. So that night after the conference call, the others went back. Massey stayed in the motel room. Next morning, he was contacted by a BPS agent that he had met. That BPS agent had arranged for him to meet another BPS agent who had some pictures, and he wanted to see if Massey could identify those pictures as anybody he'd seen crossing the border. So Massey agreed to meet the guy, but he had a lot of phone calls to make, and so he got another call. When are you coming? When are you coming? And I'll be there as soon as I can. And even a little while later, probably an hour and a half after he was supposed to go meet this guy, he walks out of the motel room. And as he describes it, 15 to 20 armed government agents, mostly FBI, are waiting at the bottom of the stairs, and they arrest him. Now, our guess is that they were sitting out there in the nice warm weather in their suits for an hour and a half because they expected him to go to the meeting at the given time. So that seems to be a setup, too, to get him to be unaware when he walked out of the motel room for their own safety. I mean, after all, there were only 15 of them with guns drawn. And here's Massey with a holstered pistol. I mean, he's a real threat to these guys. So he was arrested at that point. When he was taken in and booked, they ran a piss test on him, and it showed marijuana. So they included drug testing when he was released subsequently on the bond. But the fact that Forrester was there and could confirm to BPS that Massey was spending the night in the motel room is significant, again, in figuring Forrester is very likely an informant, and we have nothing that suggests to the contrary in that case. Now, the AS, Massey was arrested, I think, on a Monday morning. Maybe it was Tuesday. I think it was Monday morning. But by the end of the week, AS had left Camp Lone Star to go back to Louisiana, and later was reportedly had gone to Alaska. I haven't tried to keep track of him, but just a feeling that perhaps now his criminal record isn't bad, but it's not good either. So whether he was what role he played, we still don't know, and maybe someday we'll find out, maybe not. But at this point, it's not worth pursuing. So that, in a nutshell, is what led up to this whole thing.
Okay. All right. So we've kind of laid out the timeline of events. Definitely looking like a setup. So there was actually one question in the chat before we move forward to, I guess, his trial. Someone asked, wasn't Forrester at Bundy?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't recall. I kind of doubt it. I could probably find out, but I don't think he was. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. So let's get into the trial here. So he failed the piss test and was sent to solitary. And then his first hearing was how long after that?
First hearing was not until I was supposed to have that ready, wasn't I?
You're all right.
Anyway, he'd been out for 5 or 6 months, And he was talking all the time about having to take the piss test, and they wanted him to go into Dallas, drive 87 miles to take the piss test once. And we had been talking about it, and Sorolla had told him, if you just don't take a piss test, they won't violate you. So he decided not to take a piss test. Now, he didn't tell me this until after he did it, but he decided he was going to smoke a joint because that would be one way of making sure that he went on his diet of not taking a piss test. He knew he had THC in his system, so he could not take a piss test. He forced himself, committed himself. In fact, he smoked another joint 2 days before the hearing. And when he went down for the hearing, he didn't piss initially, and so they held him afterwards. And when he finally pissed, he pissed positive, so at that point he went back to jail, and that's when the jacket at the sheriff's department had the Aryan Brotherhood on it. But during the course of this, as the case progressed, his first attorney was Ed Skinowich, and he wanted Ed to do some things, and Ed wouldn't do them, challenge jurisdiction, certain things, and Ed just wanted to basically plead him out. He had been told that Ed Skinowich was a good lawyer when he worked for the state, when he was in private practice, and that he got a lot of people off. And, I didn't look into Sginowicz's background, but that was Casey's report. So then Sginowicz could not get along with Casey, so he resigned. And so we talk about divine providence sometime in a lot of things that happen that just are really coincidental. But the next on the list of public defenders was some lady, but she was busy. She was visiting her mother or something like that, so he ended up with Louis Sorello. Now, we had been talking about his case. One of the interesting articles on the blog is Liberty of Laws, and I think the title of that is Felon in Possession is Not Illegal or Unlawful. And that deals strictly with 922G1. But there's another law that is applicable too, and that is Texas state law. And in Texas law, this article, the one that deals with this, is called Clash of Law. Under Texas law, if you have been convicted of felony, and after the completion of your entire sentence, including any probation or anything else, 5 years after that, under Texas law, you have a right to possess weapons under certain circumstances, including going hunting. So it's they kind of open a lot of doors, but I guess they leave the other ones closed. That way they can bust you if you go rob a bank or a store or something. Mm-hmm. So you've got Texas law that says that you have a right to, that Casey Massey has a right to bear a firearm, to have a firearm legally under the conditions prescribed in those statutes, the respective statutes. So he did. So Texas law says he can. Federal law says he can't. So there's a clash of laws here. Why does Texas legislature and the Texas governor believe that they can pass and then the governor sign into law a law that says you can have a firearm when the federal government says you can't? Well, when you read the federal law, and I don't know if you noticed, but the first time Shane read that for Beecher, he emphasized a short phrase, but let me read these two phrases from 922G1. To ship or transport in interstate or foreign commerce, or possess in or affecting commerce any firearm or ammunition, or to receive any firearm or ammunition which has been shipped or transported in interstate commerce. Now, the word has, what does that mean?
Well, has means currently, or like currently happening.
Right, immediately out of. I don't remember, it's in the article. I'm getting old, but it's in the article what it means grammatically, but it's something has an immediacy to an event, where had means anything way back yonder. So it says, receive any firearm or ammunition which has been shipped. So the analogy I used in the article I wrote is, we've got interstate commerce. It's the overpass, the pedestrian overpass over a road. and there's a stairway up and a stairway down. So when I ship, let's see the first part. To ship, I move it up. To transport, I move it across. And to receive, I move it down. But once it gets to the sidewalk, it's now intrastate, not interstate. It's out of the authority of the Commerce Clause. And the gun-free school zone federal law was turned over on account of that very concept, that commerce is limited to the act of commerce. Now, they're trying to read into this whole thing that has means had, if it's ever been there. And then when they go to the grand jury, I don't know if they give them the actual law, but the wording in the indictment said has ever been in interstate commerce. So, see, they're stretching beyond what the law says in the words, and this is one of the legal battles that's going on. The other one is the clash of laws. If Texas says I can and you say I can't, well, what does the 10th Amendment say about that?
Yeah. Now that we're kind of talking about that, there was one point in one of your articles, and I'll read this real quick. It was titled "Camp Lone Star: The World Turned Upside Down," and you kind of mentioned this this jurisdictional battle here. So I'm going to read this real quick. Quote, "Let's enter another interesting realm based upon the discussion between Massey and Hagen. Mr. Hagen states that Massey was not on the premises where he lived. Now, the discussion centered on whether the premises were the house, the building, or the property that the house was on. Blacks tells us that the estate, the premise, is the land and buildings thereon. So here we have another discrepancy between the law, Texas Penal Code Section 46.04, applicable in Texas, whereby Massey can possess a firearm, and the federal interpretation. Mr. Hagen says the house, the state law says the premise. This was discussed and absent the recent reinterpretation in Camp Lone Star, Massey and the clash of laws. But that is not quite the point we want to make. By Mr. Hagen even suggesting that Massey might not have been charged with a crime if he had not been in his house, he also recognizes the validity of the state law. However, since Massey wasn't in his house, then the feds can charge him with felon in possession regardless of the wording of the law of that law, because he's not in his house. Is the implication that Texas law would have applied had Massey been in his house? If so, why would Texas law not apply if Massey were not in his house? And if it did apply, if Massey was not in his house or on the premises, then it would still be Texas jurisdiction since the Massey house is in Texas. And if the feds can assume jurisdiction over any land in Texas, then can't they also assume jurisdiction in Massey's house? End quote. So why don't you talk about we've got about 2 minutes. We can continue this after the break, but let's go ahead and kind of get into this. As far as my understanding, I definitely get the point of the Texas law versus federal law, but I think there's definitely a jurisdictional issue here as well. Can you speak a little more to that?
Well, the 10th Amendment, and it reads, "The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution nor prohibited by it to the states are reserved to the states respectively or to the people." So, and this article I was working on today is a consequence of the most recent paper chase in the trial. But if it's not enumerated or clearly an authority granted by the Constitution, then it's reserved to the state. Now, why would Texas enact this law? They also included hunting, transporting the firearm, and things like that. When I mentioned there are other laws, there's 46 something. So we've got Texas believes that they can enact laws because that right is not left with the federal government, and so they enact laws. Now, laws are rules of action. If the law says you can't go up that stairway and another law says you can't go down that stairway, what good is the stairway? If you've got a federal law that says you can't go up, state law says you can't go down, what do you abide by? Now, according to the 10th Amendment, unless the federal government can prove that theirs is senior, which means that the state would have to relinquish their law, subordinate, and then remove theirs from the book, then we must assume that the Texas presumes the authority to enact a law that's saying that he can possess the firearm under the conditions prescribed in the law. So it is kind of confusing. Where do you stand when you're caught in the middle between laws that clash like that?
It's a good question, and we are coming up to break. Give us a call, 218-895-3818, or on Skype at P.R.N. Radio Live if you have any questions regarding Massey. We'll be right back after this short break.
Down, get deviant, get down. You deviants, get down. Get deviant,
Mr. President, members of Congress, you've been making a lot of noise about taking our guns away. But you might want to review history. 1835, Gonzales, Texas Territory. The authorities wanted to confiscate the big gun that protected that colony. You know what the people said? Come and take it. Because they were willing to fight for their freedom and their guns. So are we.
come and take it if you want it. Come and take it if you think you can. Come and take it, but I warn you, you'll have to pry it from my cold dead hands. We want the freedom that God gave us, so you best not cross that line. If you want this gun, you gotta come through us and take it.
One shot at a time. Just like Gonzales, we're keeping our guns.
Hi everyone, this is Shane, the host of Liberty Under Attack Radio on the Freedom Phalanx Radio Network. If you follow LUA, you know that we put out a lot of content, the biggest compilation being my Adventures in Illinois Law series. In this series, I witnessed tyranny firsthand, and it was one of the major reasons I jumped off the minarchist ship and came to true freedom, which is voluntarism. This series is now available in anthology and audiobook format at libertyunderattack.com. Again, that is libertyunderattack.com. Make sure to tune in live every Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on FPRNradio.com.
Thanks for listening to FPRN. Don't forget to check us out on Facebook and Twitter. If you'd like to start your own show with FPRN, advertise with us, or donate to the network or to your favorite shows, check out our website at www.fprnradio.com.
They're lying. They're lying. It's so easy that they're not even trying. They say whatever fits the mood. Words
And we are
fall in
back.
their lap. The news is just a snooze away.
I'm your host, Shane, and I'm joined by my co-host, Stan. Got any questions regarding Kevin Massey? Feel free to give us a call, 218-895-3818, or on Skype at FPRN Radio Live. Our guest this evening is Gary Hunts from the Outpost of Freedom. His website is outpost-of-freedom.com/blog. So, Stan, how's it going, brother? You still with us?
Yep, I'm still here.
Deal, good deal. Enjoying yourself?
Oh yeah, just taking in the great facts of Gary Hunt here. You know, he knows what he's talking about, so listen up.
Listen up. There you go. So, Gary, before we went to break, we were discussing the jurisdictional issues and the clash of laws. So is there anything else you'd like to talk about in regards to that, or do you want to move forward?
Well, I think that, Massey had worked there many months on Border Patrol. They had a very cooperative relationship with Border Patrol, at least once that I'm aware of, but I think on more occasions they actually turned over people that they could not turn back at the river. They tried to catch them at the river, display the guns, not shoot, but display the guns and yell at them and scream and tell them to go back across the river. Sometimes they'd even leave their packages floating down the river. They were so scared. But they would, whenever the illegals got too far in, they would detain them and call BPS and have them picked up. They frequently ran into Border Patrol. In fact, the morning of the shooting, when they first got there, they met the agent that may have been the one that shot at Forrester, and they said, "Do you need some help?" And he said yes. And so there was a very cooperative relationship with BPS to that point. And the rules of Camp Lone Star is you go armed when you go on patrol for your own safety. And so Massey was seen with firearms in his possession all this time. But wait, that's going to be a tough one. That's not like a picture on Facebook that they can take into the grand jury. So they had to, the reason for the setup probably pretty much revolves around they wanted something solid, at least apparently more solid, in which to justify charging them with felon in possession of a firearm, which is the illegal detention that they conducted to the non-witnesses to the event.
Yeah. Yep, and I think that is interesting. That was kind of one thing I was kind of pondering. I mean, they've been working with Border Patrol for a while, and he was probably possessing a firearm every single time. So if he was in violation,
yes.
if he was in violation of this code, then he was in violation of it multiple times in their presence. That's like that to me was kind of before you kind of divulged information on the phone call made 35 minutes before. At that point, I was like, they could have gotten him any time, and they just randomly decided to do it now. Like, it was just something kind of lingered in my mind. So it definitely looked like a setup. Even early on, it just wasn't necessarily provable.
Right. It was circumstantial, but as we progressed and got additional evidence or additional information through the judicial process, these pieces fell so neatly into place that there could be little doubt, one, that Forrester was a player in it because of the subsequent the night before the arrest, as well as the shooting and not getting hit, and two, the role AS probably played. Now, one more thing about AS that day, AS waited out. He never did this before. He waited out for these guys to return. Whether they heard the shots or not, we don't know. But he waited for them to come back from their mission, which was after 6 o'clock in the evening when they had left. I think 1:30 or so, 1 o'clock or 1:30. He was waiting anxiously to find out what happened. Now, why would he wait out there anxiously, waiting to see what's going to happen when he had never done so before? So This is the circumstantial stuff.
Okay. All right. So let's move forward. There was a document released this week. I think it was the response to motion, the state's response to the motion to dismiss. And I kind of want to talk about that a little bit. So why don't you give us an overview of what was in that document, what it means, and then we can kind of go through the comical parts of it here in just a moment.
You got to bring us up to these most recent motions. 2 motions were filed a while back. One was the motion to suppress evidence based upon the detention, illegal detention, the fact that they had no right to show he had firearms or anything like that. Basically it has to do with that clash of laws concept. But the other one was the has-had argument that I mentioned earlier, the actual grammar of the law. If a law is a rule of action, should it be in a language that you and I can understand if we're bound to abide by it? So the first motion to dismiss indictment was based primarily on the has-had argument. At a hearing about a month ago, Judge Hannon, now Andrew Hannon's the judge in this case, and Andrew Hannon, just to refresh people's minds, is the one that said DOJ was lying to him about granting work permits to illegals. I mean, it was big news, 4 or 5 months ago, and it's an ongoing issue. DOJ lied to the federal judge, and he's not pleased about it, about the fact that they were still issuing work permits when the court ordered that they cease until certain matters were resolved. So this is the judge in the case, and he's not a friend of the Department of Justice to begin with. But he denied the first motion, and I read his order denying it, and it just did not make sense. It did not address the points that were brought up in Cirillo's motion to dismiss. So the month ago, against Hagen's, it gets confusing. Hagen's the prosecuting assistant U.S. attorney. Judge Hannon is the judge in the case. But Hagen was very upset when Judge Hannon told Mr. Cirillo that that the wording was probably not correct in the original motion to dismiss, and that he was willing to listen to the jurisdictional argument. So as a consequence, Louis Cirillo filed this most recent one on,
I think it was the
just
5th.
The 5th, a few days ago. He made the deadline. And I'll tell you what, my mouth's getting dry. Why don't you read from 2 on down?
Okay, give me 1 second
if you don't
here.
mind.
Yeah, I actually don't have that up. Yeah, just bear with me for a moment,
Here,
guys.
I'll do it then. Okay, defendant asked the court to take judicial notice of the prior motion, which is the first motion to dismiss, and incorporate those facts in this motion. Then he says 18 U.S. Code 922 G1 violates the 10th Amendment. The 10th Amendment provides the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. As this amendment makes clear, and as the Supreme Court has long recognized, the federal government is one of enumerated limited powers. Then he cites McCullough v. Maryland, an 1803 Supreme Court decision, which says that accordingly, the federal government may act only where the Constitution so authorizes. And then he cites another case, New York versus United States from 1992. And then he says a corollary to this rule is that Congress may not act in areas prohibited to it. As Justice Thomas noted in his concurrence in Prince versus United States, this is a 1997 decision, Thomas, in his concurring opinion, said the Constitution places whole areas outside of the reach of Congress, such as the First Amendment's preventing Congress from prohibiting the free exercise of religion or abridging the freedom of speech. Justice Thomas went on to explain that the Second Amendment similarly appears to contain an express limitation on the government's authority, and stated that this court has not had recent occasion to consider the nature of the substantive rights safeguarded by the Second Amendment. If, however, the Second Amendment is read to confer a personal right to keep and bear arms, a colorable argument exists that the federal government's regulatory scheme, at least as it pertains to the purely intrastate sale or possession of firearms, runs afoul of the amendment's protection. Although Prince dealt with a successful challenge to the Brady Act's requirement that state law enforcement officers conduct background checks on prospective handgun purchasers, the logic of Justice Thomas's reasoning is compelling with respect to 922 G1. The 10th Amendment limits federal power. The Second Amendment specifically prohibits the federal government from infringing the individual right to bear arms. Thus, it surely cannot be constitutional for the federal government to prohibit a person's purely intrastate. Now, intrastate is within the state, interstate is between states. So they're similar. This is all about intrastate within the state of Texas. Intrastate possession of firearms. So that was the motion that Judge Hannon allowed Attorney Cirillo to resubmit to the court. That is 3 pages long. Boy, it's a long one. I read everything except the lead-in stuff and the signatures. But then on the 11th, ironically, Hagan filed his response to Massey's second opposed motion to dismiss the indictment, and this thing is 24 pages long. Now, I got to tell you, my first reaction when I saw this, it reminded me of an old line from W.C. Fields. And that line is, if you can't dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit.
It's a fair statement.
And so, that came to mind as I was probably on the 5th or 6th page of the 24 pages when that occurred to me. This is bullshit. But, I mean, briefly going through this, Hagan talks about legal theory, which is rather interesting. I don't know how much detail we want to go into here, but he mentions legal theory 7 times in the course of these 24 pages. But then he uses a legal theory, accusing Cirillo of using legal theory in defense of Massey. He uses a legal theory that I find quite interesting. His legal theory is that where is it now? Were Congress to make the proper findings and act in the interest of the general welfare of the people of the United States, it is theoretically possible Congress could, and theoretically possible that Congress does, have the constitutional power to regulate and criminalize all possession of firearms by felons. Now, he's theorizing that Congress has the authority under the general welfare provision of the Constitution to outlaw possession by all felons. But for some reason, Congress back in 1934 realized that they were stretching it to control social behavior with the Commerce Clause that at that time could only tax and has only subsequently gotten into the realm of criminal punishment. But if Congress could do it that way and they wanted to affect all felons, they would have done it under the general welfare provision, but they didn't. So let's look back at the commerce provision and what they did. What they said is, if it's gone in interstate commerce. So suppose I live in a state that both makes firearms but does not make ammunition. Well, I can possess the firearm, but I can't possess the ammunition. And if I live in another state that makes the ammunition and not the firearm, I can possess the ammunition, but not the firearm. If I live in a state that makes both of them, I can possess the weapon and the firearm. And if I live in a state that makes neither of them, I cannot possess the firearm, nor can I possess the ammunition.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, that was the next point I was going to bring up. Go ahead.
Where does equal justice under the law come into play in this, where it depends on where you live, whether you can have a firearm, ammunition, or both, or none, neither? So if the intent was truly to go after felons in possession in all cases, they surely would have used the general welfare provision to do it. But I think that Congress is a hell of a lot smarter than Mr. Hagan in realizing that the general welfare does not give them a blanket to tell us what color toilet paper we can use. Exactly. So, this is what was so humorous about bedazzled with bullshit. My phraseology on that, but baffled with bullshit from W.C. Fields. So that's one of the strong ones, and his is more of a theory than believe me, way more of a political or legal theory than anything suggested by Sorella, because Sorella backs everything up with documentation, not just, hey, well, why don't they should have, he actually suggests they do have the right to use general welfare to do it.
And that's definitely interesting. And if I can step in just real quick, I like to read I actually put this in my notes because it's a really interesting point. So it's from page 18 in that response that Gary's referring to. It says, quote, well, the government does not need to prove anything beyond the fact that the weapons in defendant's possession were manufactured somewhere other than the state of Texas. It is worth noting where and in what activity defendant possesses weapons, end quote. So, and that was kind of one of the things that kind of blew my mind. So, like, this all comes down to whether or not the firearm he possessed was manufactured in Texas or not. That's just really ridiculous to me, and it seems extremely arbitrary.
Now, when I read Sorella's, he referred to McCullough versus Maryland, an 1803 decision, too. And this gets interesting, too, because of what Hagan says in his response and his conclusion. I'm going to quote portions from his response. This is quotes from McCullough versus Maryland, written in 1803. This government is acknowledged by all to be one of enumerated powers. But there is no phrase in the instrument which, like the Articles of Confederation, excludes incidental or implied powers, and which requires that everything granted shall be expressly and minutely described. Even the 10th Amendment, which was framed for the purpose of quieting excessive jealousies which had been excited, omits the word expressly and declares only that powers not delegated to the United States nor prohibited to the states are reserved to the states or the people, thus leaving the question whether the particular power which may become subject of contest has been delegated to one government or prohibited to the other, to depend on a fair construction of the whole instrument, meaning the Constitution. So with respect to the whole Penal Code of the United States, whence arises the power to punish in cases not prescribed by the Constitution, All admit that the government may legitimately punish any violation of its laws, and yet this is not among the enumerated powers of Congress. He stops right there, and then Hagen's comment regarding those quotes, it should come as no surprise then that the Supreme Court ruled in McCulloch v. Maryland that Congress had the power to incorporate a bank despite having no specifically enumerated power to do so. The precedent set nearly 200 years ago in McCulloch v. Maryland works against the defendant, not for him. So let's kind of look at that. The Constitution did provide for establishing the value of the coin of the realm, prohibiting counterfeiting and all this. So the enumerated powers did get into banking and currency. So the implication that they can get involved in that would also be easily extended to say that they could create a bank. So I see a nexus there. But let's look at the Second Amendment, or let's look at the context that Sorrell is putting this in. Hagen is suggesting that the power is not given explicitly to the state, but is given to the federal government, implying that it's given to the federal government because of the Commerce Clause, or perhaps he means also the General Welfare Clause. But I looked through the Constitution again just to make sure I didn't make a mistake, and I did not see anything that said the right to bank, to create banks shall not be infringed. But I couldn't find it. In fact, the only infringed I could find in there was the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So there is a prohibition against the intrusion of federal government in the right of the people to keep and bear arms. So there is a do not go here in the Constitution, a prohibition against that, which is why back in 1934 they realized they could not make it criminal. They could only make it a commercial issue and tax it, which is all they did in 1934. So let's go one step further. Now, if Congress did have the authority to, as Hagen suggested under the general welfare provision of the Constitution, outlaw possession of firearms by felons, there was a logical place to put that. Very briefly, 10 U.S. Code Section 311, militia composition and classes. The militia of the United States consists of all able-bodied males at least 17 years of age, and except as provided in Section 313 of Title II, under 45 years of age, who are or who have made a declaration of intention to become citizens of the United States, and of female citizens of the United States who are members of the National Guard, and then it goes into organized and unorganized militia. However, 10 U.S. Code, the next section, 10 U.S. Code Section 312, militia duty, exceptions. The following persons are exempt from militia duty: the Vice President, the judicial and executive powers of the United States, the judicial and executive officers of the United States, the several states, the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Virgin Islands, members of the armed forces except members who are not on active duty, custom house clerks, persons employed by the United States in the transmission of mail, workmen employed in armories, arsenals, and naval shipyards of the United States, pilots on navigable waters, that would be ocean pilots, not airplane pilots, mariners in the sea service of a citizen or a merchant in the United States, and then other persons can claim exceptions on religious beliefs. Now, I kept, those were number 1 through 8, and I kept looking for number 9 that said convicted felons. But I couldn't find it there. But wouldn't that be the logical place if Congress really intended for felons to not be able to possess firearms, would be first to remove them from militia? Because what is a militia without a weapon?
Exactly.
So Hagen suggested that the McCulloch versus Maryland worked against the defendant, but I suggest that no, it worked quite well for him, and Hagen really put his foot in his mouth.
Yeah, Yeah, I definitely did. I wanted to bring up one other point from that response to motion. It's come up quite a few times in our broadcasts here on Liberty Under Attack Radio, but it's page 3 from the response. Quote, as a legal matter, defendant does not have standing to challenge the issue of whether or not the government has the power to regulate purely intrastate possession of a firearm, end quote. Now that, like I said, this has come up a couple times in LUA radio and also in the response too, but like ACLU versus NSA, plaintiffs lack standing to challenge the NSA stellar wind surveillance program. Jewel versus NSA, Judge Jeffrey White ruled that the plaintiffs failed to establish a sufficient factual basis that they have standing to sue. Now, we've discussed this a little bit just in passing when we had Kyle Reardon on to discuss the Dragnet wiretapping. But can you discuss like the status or standing? Obviously, Massey's status is a felon, even though what was it, 15, 20 years ago. Can you kind of touch on the status or standing issue? Because I think there's definitely a problem with that too.
Yes, there is. Now, I wrote an article, Habeas Corpus, the Guardian of Liberty. And one thing that's fascinated me for, well over 20 years was called the Ice Wonder versus TVA decision, because it talks about standing. When there was a challenge to the 27th Amendment and the fact that Congress had said before the ratification of the 27th Amendment, Congress said that they enacted a law that gave them an annual pay raise unless they turned it down. Now, the 27th Amendment was one of the original 12 amendments submitted, proposed amendments submitted to the states back in, along with the Bill of Rights. Had it been ratified, it would have been 11 amendments in the Bill of Rights. But the one on standing, the court, let's see. The fifth item that Justice Brandeis tells us in the policy the court has adopted is the court will not pass on the validity of a statute upon complaint of one who fails to show that he is injured by its operation. So you've got to be injured by the operation. There was a case recently, and I don't recall the site, but it was a lady who had put some toxic substance on the doorknob of a competitor for the affections of a guy. And she was convicted in state court, and she couldn't appeal to the Supreme Court. And finally, after all those efforts to appeal failed, she was put in prison. I think it was in Pennsylvania. Once she got in prison back to the 27th Amendment, the people that contested this, the congressmen and civilians, had no standing. I forgot to make that point. Once she was in prison, she had standing.
That's interesting. We are coming up to break. Give us a call, 218-895-3818 if you got questions on Massey. We're going to come back and finish this up. We are going to go over as well, so you guys get a little extra dose of Liberty Under Attack Radio this evening. We'll be right back after this short break.
Why doesn't he go? Because peace brings a cease to the ego. So pleased to be evil. This king believes he sees like an eagle. How regal. Not a single thing that he...
Hi everyone, this is Shane, the host of Liberty Under Attack Radio on the Freedom Phalanx Radio Network. If you follow LUA, you know that we put out a lot of content, the biggest compilation being my Adventures in Illinois Law series. In this series, I witnessed tyranny firsthand, and it was one of the major reasons I jumped off the minarchist ship and came to true freedom, which is voluntarism. This series is now available in anthology and audiobook format at libertyunderattack.com. Again, that is libertyunderattack.com. Make sure to tune in live every Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on FPRNradio.com.
Thanks for listening to FPRN. Don't forget to check us out on Facebook and Twitter. If you'd like to start your own show with FPRN, advertise with us, or donate to the network or to your favorite shows, check out our website at www.fprnradio.com.
You don't have to declare war on innocent people. On innocent people.
And welcome back to Liberty Under Attack Radio here on the Freedom Phalanx Radio Network. I'm your host, Shane, and I've got my co-host Stan here with me as well. Stan, how's it going? You enjoying yourself?
Good. Just, enjoying it. It's always good to hear.
Love the enthusiasm.
Yeah, I have always the best enthusiasm ever. Everyone always says, you're the most enthusiastic guy I know. And I'm like, well, what's wrong with the people you know?
There you have it. So give us a call. You got any questions on Massey? 218-895-3818 or on Skype at FPRN Radio Live. We are joined by Gary Hunt this evening to discuss the creation of political prisoners. His website is outpost-of-freedom.com/blog. Again, outpost-of-freedom.com/blog. So, Gary, before we went to break, we were talking about standing and status, and I know you wanted to continue with your thoughts there.
Yeah, and what will not pass upon the validity of a statute upon complaint of one who fails to show that he is injured by its operation. Now, what Brandeis wrote is this court developed for its own governance. This doesn't go down to the district court nor the appellate court, only to the United States Supreme Court. That case that I mentioned, she could finally go to the Supreme Court when she proved that she was in prison and was suffering as a consequence of the statute. Now, the ones that you mentioned, I'm not sure what the status was, but the district court, the first trial court, is not in a position to set this standard, but he's trying to apply this Ashwander standard to the district court where it's a criminal proceeding, and you've got a right. You've got to have a right, if we have any semblance of justice in this country, to question the applicability of a law that's being used to charge and try and convict you and incarcerate you. So it doesn't have to meet that standard. For some reason, Hagen seems to think that it does. And by the way, I'm sure that we've let them know that this, and we know that they're recording anything that I talk on. So, Mr. Hagen, read Ashwander again and see that it doesn't apply to you, please.
There you go. So there's. Oh, go ahead.
But standing is, am I in a position to bring a challenge on something? And the Supreme Court works on the writ of certiorari or writ of error or different methods of getting there, based upon decisions of lower court. They don't set the standard for the lower court. So.
Okay. Awesome.
You'd have to see how that applies to the cases you mentioned.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't read them in full, but I do know that standing and status was an issue with both of those cases. There was one other thing I think is extremely important to mention in regards to Massey. One of your articles, I don't remember which one I had notated down, but I think wasn't Massey told that these government agent jackasses were allowed to lie during their testimony?
Yeah. Now, see what he wanted to talk to Hagen, and apparently he was escorted. When he leaves the cell, he's got 3 guards. One walks ahead. First, he has to stick his hands out through the cubby hole and they cuff him. Then he has to come out and face the wall, put his hands on the wall, and they put leg irons on him and a chain around his waist. And then they put cuffs from the chain on his waist to his wrist. So he's got 2 handcuffs on each hand and leg irons. And then one goes ahead, one goes behind, and the third one follows, or one goes beside or behind, I guess beside. And the third one follows, videoing his every move as they take him somewhere. But apparently they took him to Hagen's office to talk with Hagen. So that discussion is not a part of the judicial record, but that's where he was told a number of things. And Kevin's persistent. He's pursuing this. He's going after the government. He thinks they're wrong. I believe he's right. He did not commit a crime. But in that discussion, Hagen told him, well, it's not really a perjury or not really a lie if it doesn't change the nature of things, if it's not substantial. So, but I have a transcript. I think I might have posted it in the documents of that hearing. It's 102 pages or something. Only 4 times larger than this motion. That goes through it, and one of the articles addresses some of the lies in there. Again, as with this article, I didn't cover all the points because people don't like to read too long of things. But they obviously lied regarding the NCIC run. The government said that they didn't run it, that they turned them over to the sheriff, and the sheriff testified that he ran them, but we have no evidence that he did. They lied about the detention. They did did kind of not lie quite as much in some other areas, but that's addressed in one of the articles. I don't recall the name of that one, but if you read the whole series, it's going to take you a while to go through it. And understand as you go through it, too, that this builds as we go. We find out more as we go.
Yep, indeed. Test the lying.
But he was told that it's not perjury if they lie, basically, which is kind of appalling. I mean, these people, we pay them. If you lie to the government, what's their name, Martha Stewart? If you lie to the government, you can go to prison. If they lie to you, whether they be a politician, a BPS agent, a county sheriff, or an attorney in the Justice Department, it's okay. Now, who owns this country then? If they can lie to us and we can't lie to them, unless if we do, we go to prison. So,
yeah, and I guess last question I have regarding Massey's situation, and then let you kind of conclude your thoughts with Massey until we get to the conclusion. But this is just kind of something that's been sticking in my mind ever since I started learning about Massey's case. Don't you think it might be a bad idea to work with Border Patrol?
I wrote one article about that in the Law or Liberty series, which reflects that. The law says that if you assist in transporting illegals in this country, you're guilty of a crime. Now, assuming the government's going to exempt BPS agents from that, if when they grab these guys and sit them down and wait for BPS to come and then turn them over and BPS transports them, they're actually in violation of the law. But like I said early on, some good agents, they believe in their job. Others are trying to climb the ladder, I suppose. So, and you can't tell them apart. Let's go back to the one that Massey knew quite well and he trusted, that said, this guy wants to meet you to see if you can identify this guy if you've seen him down at Camp Lone Star. Is that true or not? Was he part of the setup? And Massey trusted this guy. So the problem with working with BPS, if they want to get you, there's no telling what they're going to do, especially if it might result in a promotion for them. So working with BPS, I know that Arizona Border Recon, ABR, Tim Naylor, those people work with BPS all the time. As long as you don't piss somebody off, and you're probably okay. But I'm not going to post pictures of me with a firearm on Facebook, and I'm not going to work with the BPS agent. That's okay. Personally.
I wouldn't either. That was just kind of something I don't know. I guess from my personal stance, I would never work with any feds. So,
well, let me say that Naylor's very comfortable and has had a good rapport, and that's been going for a few years. So, it's an iffy one, and so you have to decide if you're willing to take the chance. Because it's your neck.
Yeah, that's true. So I guess we do have a conclusion, but any final points there on Massey before I move forward to William Wolf?
Well, let me point one more thing out on Massey. They did try to do to him quite recently, just before the last hearing, what they did to Beecher. One of the rifles that was confiscated from Massey and these, I think at the shooting scene, was an AK-47 or an AK-47 pistol. I don't know I'm not sure what that is. I don't know firearms that well. But Christy Massey, his wife, bought it. And so they threatened Christy Massey with being charged with providing a firearm to a convicted felon. So this is last resort. I mean, this is just in the last month that this occurred. And we're, 9 months in, 10 months in now, where they're trying to use that leverage, that threat against family members, loved ones, to get him to collapse and sign a plea agreement. But Kevin isn't going to do it, and I've talked with Christy about it, and she understands it's probably just a threat, and I can't say that she's not unconcerned, but they haven't brought charges yet, and if they do, boy, I'm going to have a heyday writing articles about that. So I dare y'all to do it. Let's see what happens.
There we go. There we go. So let's move forward to William Wolf. We're definitely going to go quite a bit over in this broadcast. So William Wolf, tell us about William or Wolf before he was arrested, what he was doing up there in Montana.
background on William Wolf. I've been studying committees of safety since shortly after returning to Florida from Waco. I began to learn something then, that without committees of safety, there would never have been a United States of America. They called for the First and Second Continental Congress. They established worked with the Sons of Liberty. They set up communication so all the colonies, through the committees of correspondence, all the colonies would be in contact with each other. They provided food, sheep, pigs were driven into Boston, blankets and firewood when the British were there, and they were actually a parallel government that when the royal government was displaced, they took over, so even small towns did not go without government during the entire course of the Revolutionary War, with the sole exception of these transitional periods between, especially in New Jersey and the South, where the British would move up and then the Patriots would push them back down, those transitional periods. So the committees of safety is significant, but they're kind of hidden from our history. But Wolf and I began talking committees of safety, over a year before his arrest. We did a number of radio shows together on the subject, and so he was well-versed in it, and fortunately he was well-versed in the concept of habeas corpus as well. So we talked frequently, and so I knew him, like with Massey, I knew him before the events happened. And so he was talking about the demonization part of the criminal complaint. He was talking about committees of safety, and the way they presented it in the criminal complaint made it sound like he was talking about forming a communist party in the United States and taking over the government. Now, he did make some implied threats. They're legal, quite legal under the Brandenburg decision from the 1990s, because they weren't specific, but they threw these in there for the demonization process. But here we've got, now, one thing I've said about Wolf is he has done more to promote committees of safety in 1 year than I did in the 22 years that I'd studied it. He's a salesman for committees of safety. He believes that it is a solution and is as peaceable as possible if we want to restore constitutional government. So that is the targeting object of the federal government, and it's quite clear by the criminal complaint, but we couldn't really tie the two initially. And again, we've got a progression of things going on in this. So anyway, this contractor that Wolf knew, William Wolf, that everybody calls him Wolf, had met at a committee of safety meeting, got talking, they got friendly, and somewhere along the line, Wolf said that he wanted to get an automatic or semi-automatic shotgun, the Sega or something like that, but it's a manufactured shotgun and presumably legal if it could be acquired in this country, because they wouldn't ship illegal firearms in this country. So presumably it was legal. So this guy said, well, I know somebody, and we find out that the guy he knew was an agent, and he was an informant. Ed Gray is his name. He's a contractor in Montana. So the arrangements were made for Wolf to buy this gun for, I don't have the figures in front of me. I think it was $650. And then when they met in the parking lot to transfer the weapon, they showed him a video showing full automatic fire on the shotgun. On a video, we don't know if the shotgun would do that or not. And they told him because a Class 3 licensee had to modify the weapon to make it full automatic, they wanted to jack $125 onto the price. So Wolf's sitting there, and he's facing two guys that have guns, and they say, an extra $125. So he pays them, takes the gun, puts it in his truck, and they talk a little bit, and then all of a sudden these guys pull out guns and badges and arrest him. It was entrapment, there's no doubt about that, but at that point, we could only suspect that what he was doing was the object, the committees of safety conversations. Am I jumping ahead now? Let's get back to you've got a series of questions. Let's go with yours.
Well, I guess maybe first it'd be good to start with since we kind of discussed the entrapment. I didn't want to mention too that it sounds a lot like Ruby Ridge to me, but Sorrells versus U.S. 287, U.S. 435, and Sherman versus U.S. 359, U.S. 369. So those were actually Supreme Court decisions that pretty much stated that, and they can't entrap citizens.
That's right. If they set it up, if they create a circumstance rather than just follow along and even induce the guy to go further and further. But what we have in this one, though, is a bait and switch at the point of sale. They gave him a fully automatic rifle and charged him additionally to it, so that becomes entrapment because the illegal firearm was obviously not in the plan until they raised the price, showed him the video, and said, here's what you're getting. So now, interestingly, those cases, one of them at least, maybe both of them, I don't recall now, basically said you can't, it's not a matter for a jury trial. You can't even go to court if you've entrapped somebody. So it's kind of interesting. And now, just to enhance the fact that it was entrapment, and it was based upon freedom of speech. Now, background on entrapment. Wolf wrote me a letter. I think it was 1st of September. I'm not sure that I received it. And he said, I want you to do some legal research. What about that has to do with entrapment to curtail freedom of speech? Well, I couldn't find anything that said that directly, but I ran across the Sorrells and Sherman decisions. And one of them, I think they're fairly recent. I don't recall the
1932 for Sorrells and 1958 for Sherman.
Okay, 58 for Sherman, so a half century ago. But the concept of entrapment is that where you induce somebody into a criminal activity when it was not their intention to be there. And so if it can't even go to court, then hopefully his attorneys will take heed on the article I wrote and write some motions and try and get it dismissed. But when we got the documents, well, let's see, we've got habeas corpus next. Now, habeas corpus is an interesting concept, and it's one I've been working on for 3 years. When I was young, habeas corpus was purported to be the sacred writ. It's been referred to that historically since then, but it's been watered down. There used to be one habeas corpus ad subjudiendum. That was the sacred writ. Turn of the 19th, 20th century, we started seeing an infusion of other habeas corpuses that were Latin words, so they can't be changed, were brought into play. And nowadays, if you see habeas corpus on the news, it's usually a death penalty case. But habeas corpus, by the legal scholars in the early part of our history, in the 1800s, said that it's a challenge to jurisdiction and a challenge to constitutionality of laws. So I've been trying at district court, appellate court, Florida Supreme Court, United States Supreme Court to get a habeas corpus heard 3 to 2 years ago, a 1 year period, actually a little more than a year, to get it heard, but nobody wants to hear it. They keep finding a reason. Now, Wolf and I had talked about habeas corpus, and when he got to jail, he remembered. When I found out he went to jail, I found out where he was. I wrote him a letter. He didn't have anything on him, and he couldn't. Nobody remembers phone numbers anymore. They know what the name is. They push the name or call. You say the name, and it dials. So he got my letter, and my letterhead has my phone number on it. So he called me, and we talked about habeas corpus, and he was comfortable enough to think that this is what we ought to do. And so I prepared one for him to file. He filed it on the criminal case, and they opened a civil case, which is apparently where it's supposed to be, because in a sense it's not a criminal action. But then I guess I've got to back up to about 3 years ago. When I first filed the habeas corpus on Larry Michael Myers back in 2013, it was in March, and I think the receipts, when I sent it to the District Court, the Court of Appeals, and the Florida Supreme Court, they received it on March 21st. On March 22nd, there were numerous searches on the internet, a lot of them coming from uscourts.gov, Rochester, New York, Seattle, Washington, San Diego, and a few other places. But there were a lot of other searches that just had the same search. The search was Gary Hunt, Larry Myers. That was it. There was nothing in the world to associate me with Larry Myers, except the day or the day before I sent the packages out to Florida, I had, in Georgia for the appellate court, I had set up a page to start recording the sequence of events regarding Michael Myers. So I get these hits, and I didn't really, I should have paid more attention and done a count and some screen captures, but all these hits from U.S. Courts Gov apparently had rattled their cage, and the Department of Justice internet system or communication system must have been going full steam on trying to figure out how to deal with habeas corpus. That's the only thing that I can figure for that. So, and my name obviously is associated with it. So somewhere along the line, Susan P. Waters, the judge in Wolf's case, seemed to all of a sudden clamp down on habeas corpus and put all of these obstacles. For example, the rules in Montana District Court say that with the exception of habeas corpus, no file may be opened until the full fee is paid. Does that imply that there's a partial fee that applies to habeas corpus, or should we take that as there's no fee if it's habeas corpus? After all, habeas corpus is a right protected by the Constitution in Article 1, Section 9, Clause 2. It's not even in the Bill of Rights. They felt it's significant enough to put in the body of the Constitution itself. So can they charge $5? Now, Wolf didn't have a way to pay the $5, and after a couple of phone calls, they cut our conversation. So now we're relying on mail, and it takes over a week to get there and a week to get back to me, so our communication is very slow. So they stuck a stick in the spokes to keep the habeas corpus from being heard. $5? You got to be kidding me. So then we appealed it. I filed a habeas corpus. They're saying the U.S. attorney and the judge have both threatened me with illegal practice of law for filing. However, the statute on habeas corpus, 28 U.S. Code 2241, I think it is, says anyone can file habeas corpus on his behalf. Doesn't say attorney or anything else. And that's the way that I got it before the Supreme Court of the United States. It got on the docket, and it wouldn't have if I didn't have a right to do that. But they refused to hear it. So everybody's refusing to hear it. And if you read the habeas corpus, you would see that, if they'd answer it and I'm wrong, say so. But if you don't have the balls to even answer the question, then something's wrong. I'm probably doing something right.
Yeah, and let me just, for the sake of the listeners, you acted as next friend.
Next friend.
Yep. Okay. So let's. I do have this the habeas corpus open. I know you wanted me to read a little bit from that. Did you want me to start the conclusion and prayer for writ of habeas corpus? It was 10 to 13, but
yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. Conclusion and prayer for writ of habeas corpus. As per the 6th article and amendment to the Constitution of the United States and Article 1, Section 16, Montana Constitution, the nature and cause of the accusation. We are unable to find an injured party who, if he exists, must provide a sworn affidavit of the injury. If this is a matter civil rather than criminal, we cannot find the party injured by Wolf, nor is he properly identified, nor has he provided the original contract of which Wolf is alleged to pay to be a party to and in violation of. If Wolf is charged with violating a statute, the burden of proof of lawful jurisdiction rests upon the government. Wolf has no casual relationship with the United States government that would obligate him to the statutes contained within the indictment. The criminal complaint, undisputed, describes the events that occurred on March 26, 2015. The UCE is introduced as a Class 3 license. As such, he has availed himself to a benefit under a statute, and he meets the jurisdictional criteria, or he lied to Wolf by setting himself out as such. Had he provided the application for a background check and an application for a Class 3 license, and had Wolf executed and submitted either one or both of those applications, then Wolf would have entered into federal jurisdiction. Absent that act on his part, Wolf did not create the requisite nexus to federal jurisdiction, though the federal licensee, UCE, did, and his failure to provide the application, obtain completed applications from Wolf, submit them to the proper authorities prior to the transfer made his act criminal and subject to federal jurisdiction. It also states that Wolf possessed a shotgun having a barrel length of less than 18 inches. Wolf did not modify the shotgun to less than 18 inches. He had no opportunity to measure the barrel length, nor was he concerned over the length of the barrel. He relied upon the Class 3 licensee, as any purchaser of any firearm from any such licensee would have done, which leaves the burden on the licensee, not the purchaser. If, on the other hand, as stated in the criminal complaint, the firearm in question was transferred to Wolf by an agent of the United States government, then there is no nexus to federal jurisdiction. The statute cited is 18 U.S. Code, Section 922, Paragraph O, Subparagraph 1. Except as provided in paragraph 2, it shall be unlawful for any person to transfer or possess a machine gun. 2, this subsection does not apply with respect to subparagraph a transfer to or by or possession by or under the authority of the United States or any department or agency thereof, or a state or a department, agency, or political subdivision thereof, or B, any lawful transfer or lawful possession of a machine gun that was lawfully possessed before the date this subsection takes effect. Under the described circumstances, the transfer would be exempt under Section 922, Paragraph O, Subparagraph 2, Subparagraph A, except as provided in Paragraph 2, a transfer by any department or agency thereof. If the transfer was made without proper authority, the transfer would be criminal. However, the required nexus would not have been established in either case with regard to Wolf, the transferee. Whichever of the above is correct, it is alleged that Wolf possessed the firearm at the location given in the indictment in Park County, Montana. Absent evidence establishing both ceded land and jurisdiction ceded by the state of Montana to the United States, there is a geographic absence of jurisdiction. As understood by the framers in the obvious intent of the Constitution, the Act of 1825 makes clear that criminal activity can only be prosecuted under those conditions. This is reaffirmed in the decision in Relane. As to the charge that Wolf is in violation of various sections of Title 26, Wolf was not in possession of the shotgun more than 20 minutes. During that time, he was in a parking lot. From that point on, he has been detained and has even been restricted in his communications. There was no intention to violate any law. There was also no opportunity to comply with any such law. And the presumption is nothing more than the conjecture of the prosecuting attorney. Wolf's possession was little more than having the shotgun handed to him and then returned to the previous possessor. There's nothing presented in the complaint or indictment that even warrants consideration in the petition, as facts do not exist that demonstrate any criminal intent. If any taxes were owing on the shotgun, the proper applications would have been provided for by the Class 3 licensee, the licensee also being an agent for the government and knowledgeable in the applicable laws that he is obligated to administer to. This charge is inapplicable for the same reasons as stated above with regard to possession, that there is no constitutional nexus. As to the forfeiture allegation, it too is dependent upon violation of the statute 18 U.S. Code, Section 922, Paragraph O, at which it likewise fails, as it is void absent a crime with a constitutional nexus upon which it relies for justification. The Constitution provides only one constitutional remedy against the enforcement of unconstitutional laws. It is not with the legislative, as they would be the source of an unconstitutional law. It cannot be with the executive, as they are charged with enforcing, or in many instances, creating rules and regulations, though these only apply when the jurisdiction exists. It can only reside within the judicial branch, and the only prescribed means is habeas corpus and subjudiendum, the sacred writ. The argument that the federal district courts have an obligation to answer and return a writ of habeas corpus ad subjudiendum is clearly established. The obligation upon this court to answer and return this writ is unquestionable. The limitation of federal jurisdiction with regard to one who is a citizen of a state and not subject to any administrative rules unless of a voluntary act is clearly established. Therefore, Hunt prays that Wolf be released forthwith and returned to the location Livingston, Montana, where he was denied his liberty on March 26, 2015. In addition, that all property taken from Wolf on that date and that he has acquired since, including paperwork, be returned to him forthwith. Further, that he be allowed to retain the shotgun in question along with any ammunition, or that the purchase price be returned to him. That, if an oral hearing is required, that this matter be scheduled for hearing, and at sufficient time be allowed for my travel to Billings to be present at such hearing. And then obviously signed by Gary Hunt. Gary, it's my understanding that they never responded, and this was submitted in April 27th, if I remember correctly. So is that they haven't responded to it?
Right, and the statute requires the judge forthwith, which is nearly immediate, as soon as possible. And then it allows 3 days, is 28 U.S. Code 2241, 42, and 43, allows 3 days for a response or to notify the person detaining that person, and then the delivery of the body is, I think, 10 days, but it can go up to 20 days under certain circumstances. So there's a timeliness on this that is less than a month by federal statute.
Okay. Interesting.
So May 17th is less than a month, and they still got time. Or, oh wait, no, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. They're definitely past their time limit to respond to that.
But if you understood what was said there, does it preclude any criminal act on Wolf's part, especially considering the entrapment aspect that came afterwards?
Yep, indeed. So let's go ahead.
So do we have justice in this country, or do we have a system that appears to be one of justice, but its focus is making political prisoners by any means necessary?
It's a good question. We'll leave that to the listeners to decide for themselves. So let's move forward with Wolf. I think the most recent article you came out with, and I might be jumping ahead, but in that it mentioned that a Washington, D.C. counterterrorism agent came out. It was Washington, D.C. counterterrorism, and he's under...
New York.
New York? Okay. So let's kind of go into the reasoning that this agent might have come out from the counterterrorism. Let's talk about the extensive records that were collected on Wolf, and I think I don't remember the documents offhand, but it's in your last article that you mentioned. I think it was the last document released, and it was discussing the extensive records collected on Wolf. 500. Go ahead.
Okay, what happened is, like I said earlier, we felt it was for his activity with the committees of safety, but we can't really tie that together. It seemed like entrapment, but I hadn't looked into Sorrells and Sherman at that point, and didn't until he suggested I do some research in that area, because we were focusing on the habeas corpus, and I don't really want to go into that. We've actually got an appeal, though, with the Ninth Circuit regarding the habeas corpus, and they refused the brief as deficient, and so we're kind of giving up on the habeas corpus. Right now, we've shifted back to the criminal aspect of it, and when I got this motion for a continuance made by Wolf's attorney, the reason he wanted a continuance is he had just received the discovery information. This is, many months, 6 months after the initial, 5 months, or 4 or 5 months after the initial charges. That included 524 pages of written discovery, 17 DVDs relating to recorded conversations and podcasts, and also text messages and phone logs. Now, I went online to find out how much a DVD will hold. If it's all videos, it holds 102 hours. That's 2.5 work weeks. If it's all audio, it's 1,224 hours of audio, or 30.5 work weeks. That's almost 3/4 of a year. Or a combination of those. So when we look at that, and we're talking about him simply buying an illegal firearm, does it take that long to set up the purchase of an illegal firearm? Does it take that much expense by the government to set up taking of a firearm? Is it possible that this could all focus on the firearm, or is this beyond any reasonable doubt an effort to get the demonization, all these documents and everything, get the demonization in order so that that they can make a case of demonization to the grand jury and get things to go against Wolf so that he ends up getting convicted of it. Pardon the interruption. I didn't expect him to call.
Oh, not a problem. So yeah, That amount of evidence leads me to think that they might be trying to, reach for something more.
Suppress freedom of speech by making him a political prisoner as a consequence of setting him up and entrapping him to buy a shotgun. That's what else could it be? I mean, what are all the possibilities? That's the only one that fits the scenario. There's no other conclusion.
Yeah, I definitely agree. So what's kind of been, that was the last thing we've known on Wolf. Is it kind of at a standstill now until he goes to trial, or where are we at with Wolf's case?
Well, that's the last thing we really know on it. They got nobody to threaten in Wolf's case, except there are 3 people that have been in communication with Wolf that I've had to communicate through. One is a young lady that is a friend of Wolf, and the other, and she's a college student. And the other one is another college student, and I think that he thinks, in one of the letters, he thinks they're afraid that they're going to reach out and try and get these people. The other one, I got an interesting email from him yesterday, I think. Let me find. Take it off the hook, that'll do it. I got an email yesterday. It says, I assume you are aware of what happened in Wolf's case, quote unquote, terminated. So I called him and said, what do you mean terminated? He said, last May, there's a web page here that I go on, and I go on that web page and I can find out what the status of Wolf's case is. But in May, I think he said May 17th, they terminated it. Well, this is, early on in the case, isn't it? So what apparently happened is they realized that I was getting the documents that were being posted, and they thought I was getting them there. So they decided they're not going to put Wolf's case on here anymore, and they took all the documents and identified it as terminated. And
that was on Pacer, wasn't it?
No, that was not on Pacer. Pacer, they can't do that. Pacer's got a contract with the government for legal filing and everything, so an attorney can file from anywhere through Pacer. That has to stay open. This is just I didn't get the URL from him, but it's some site up in Montana that has to do with the district course that shows current cases. So he was able to follow it, and I don't know why it took this long for him to contact me and say it was terminated, but when I called him, I said, was it dismissed? But I didn't know it was back in May, so as we talked about it and he explained what it was, I realized that they yanked it off because they don't like what's happening by making this trial public that the Constitution requires. So it's kind of interesting to see their reaction, and the first 2 I mentioned are reluctant to get involved. If Wolf asks them to pass something on to me, they'll either call or more likely email me. If I write back and say, did Wolf get my last letter, I never get an answer. So they're apparently afraid, and this third party, a little older, he's not willing to talk a whole lot, but he's a little more receptive than the others. But the other 2 go down to see Wolf on a regular basis every other Friday. I assume they still are. So it's the only really direct contact I have with Wolf.
So they've definitely shut you off from communications with him, and yeah, I can understand their point. I think it's definitely wrong, but they don't want you to to be receiving this information. Definitely not.
Right. I got to do this a different way. I think I'll just pull the wire on this thing.
All right, so I guess we've gotten kind of up to the current status of Wolf's case. Is there anything you'd like to conclude Wolf with? And I mean, we're already over, and if Mr. Producer's okay with it, we can move on to Kim Davis.
Okay, no, that's about it. Right now, I think the battle's going to be fought on the criminal level in court, and hopefully his attorney, who's a public defender, Mark Warner, will heed the information that was in the habeas corpus and challenge jurisdiction, as Sorello is finally willing to do in Texas, or at least go with the entrapment and get it not even go to court. So,
yeah, okay. So that is the status of William Wolf's case. Then now let's move forward to a more recent one. And this was kind of just, we're already over, might as well go ahead and discuss it. Kim Davis, if you live in the dark, she's a Rowan, Kentucky county clerk who was recently arrested for failure to issue marriage licenses. And you all should be very well aware of her case. And she was certainly a political prisoner for at least a certain time. So, Gary, tell us a little bit about what's going on with Ms. Davis.
Well, she wasn't charged criminally, but she was held in contempt of court because she would not issue, nor would she direct the deputy clerks in Rowan County to issue licenses. I'm not going to be politically correct, to queers. She would not, under her authority, they could not be issued. And that was her position from the beginning, and she based it, and the mainstream media picked up on the fact that she's doing it because of her religious beliefs. But her job is to obey the laws. And now, I haven't seen this in the defense, but when I began looking into it, she's obeying the laws as they're written. But she said that I don't want my name associated with it, and she would not direct her deputies to issue the licenses. So after 5 days in jail, from the 5th to the 9th, or 3rd to the 8th, 9th, something like that, she was let out. It was contempt of court, so it's not criminal. The judge has that discretion, and I think he abused that discretion in her case because ultimately he settled on the conditions she'd asked for originally. Rowan County is now issuing the license. She has not authorized the deputies to do it. She didn't want her name on the marriage licenses, so they've reprinted the marriage licenses with Rowan County in place of where her name as the clerk would be. And she's still not pleased with the whole thing. And I'm not either. I mean, we used to have moral values in this country that, as I point out in the article, according to this Center for Disease Control, the government agency, there's only 1.6% of the people in this country that are queers. And if there's only 1.6%, that's not a minority. That's an insignificant number. It's just, it doesn't work. But if you think of all the situations that are coming up regarding queer marriage and all these other issues, transgender and all this stuff, there are 20% of the legal news in this country, legal or political news in this country, just about. So,
true.
For some reason, they have managed to work their way up to the appearance of a minority rather than actually a minority. I mean, if 1.6% is a minority, then any 2 people out of 100 have every right to challenge the rights of the other 98 people out of that 100. And that just doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah, indeed. So let's kind of touch on the obviously, I think it's Obergefell, the Supreme Court ruling that came down a few months ago, and then also look at the Kentucky Constitution, and then also, I guess, United States Code as well. And let's kind of go in that direction.
Well, Obergefell was a decision. Well, let's back up a little. Because there's a progression here. Roe versus Wade, a case we're all familiar with in 1973, where the Supreme Court decided that the states could not prohibit abortion. In that decision, Justice Rehnquist, in a dissenting opinion, not agreeing with the court, said to reach its result, the majority opinion, the court necessarily has had to find within the scope of the 14th Amendment a right that was apparently completely unknown to the drafters of the amendment. As early as 1821, the first state law dealing directly with abortion was enacted by the Connecticut legislature. By the time of the adoption of the 14th Amendment in 1868, there were at least 36 laws enacted by state or territorial legislatures limiting abortion. While many states have amended or updated their laws, 21 of the laws on the book in 1868 remain in effect today. Indeed, the Texas statute struck down today was, as the majority notes, first enacted in 1857 and has remained substantially unchanged to the present time. He goes on, the only conclusion possible from this history is that the drafters did not intend to have the 14th Amendment withdraw from the states the power to legislate with respect to this matter. So what we have in Roe versus Wade is the federal government under what's called the incorporation doctrine, which is a slow but meticulous expansion of federal authority under the guise of due process of the 14th Amendment, coming into play. And Rehnquist didn't like it, and he pointed out that this is not a federal matter, that each state should have the right to decide as they had. But now we've got people on both sides of the issue. They want to keep Roe versus Wade or overturn Roe versus Wade. But when they do that, they're acknowledging the federal authority that doesn't exist. As Rehnquist said, we don't have the authority of it. So when we get to Obergefell, keep that in mind, that we've got a situation where the federal government is coming in and intervening in something that they should not. We're a country that's 230, 240 years old. There have been marriage laws in states. Marriage licensing, for the most part, didn't really occur until the 1930s. It was based primarily, before that, it was licensing for miscegenation, the mixing of races only. But in the 1930s, with the rampant syphilis around, at least, especially in major cities, they started enacting marriage license laws locally, requiring a blood test, and if one of the parties had syphilis, the other party was notified. More recently, though, with the AIDS epidemic, if two people get blood tests and one shows positive for AIDS, the Marriage License Bureau cannot tell the other party that they're marrying somebody with AIDS. So, that's gone complete, and that's a federal decision that they can't advise the other party, where like I say, it came from disease-related when marriage licenses became what they are today. I've seen a number of marriage certificates issued by churches that predate or even after the 1930s, where you weren't required to get a marriage license in a lot of places even then. So when we get to Obergefell, the Supreme Court has, as they did with Roe versus Wade, assumed an authority in something that should be purely a state right. We've talked about the 10th Amendment. In the other cases, what's not granted to the federal government, and I can't find marriage in the Constitution, is retained by the states or the people. So the Supreme Court does, that Ashwander decision I mentioned, wants to defer to statutory law where possible. But in fact, in that decision in Ashwander, they actually said that the court will not pass upon the constitutionality of legislation in a friendly, non-adversary proceeding, declining because to decide such question is legitimate only in the last resort. Oh, wait. They're only going to determine constitutionality in the last resort. So what they do is they look at statutory law and the wording of law, which is what we're trying to do in Massey's case, and we'll be doing in Wolf's case as well. So the extension of the ruling on constitutionality is not there, and they're ruling on statutory, and they're ruling under a doctrine of equality, which is not really mentioned in the Constitution either, and they're going well beyond their bounds. But they say this is let's see. Who's dissent? The conclusion to the decision reads, finally, it must be emphasized that religions and those who adhere to religious doctrines may continue to advocate with utmost sincere conviction that, by divine precepts, same-sex marriage should not be condoned. So we've got the right to retain our religious beliefs. But further in the same paragraph, the Constitution, however, does not permit the state to bar same-sex couples from marriage on the same term as accorded by couples of the opposite sex. In that same paragraph, we've got this contradiction, and he's claiming the Constitution does not permit it. So, this is this new court, and this is in corporation doctrine getting to the point that they'll tell us what color our toilet paper can be. So Kim Davis is free to advocate with utmost sincere conviction that by divine precept, same-sex marriage should not be condoned. However, the Constitution does not permit the state to bar same-sex couples from marriage on the same terms as accorded to couples of the opposite sex. That's doublespeak. I mean, how can you look at that and come to any conclusion? But we live in a country where we've all heard that we're a nation of laws, not a nation of men. And we know that the federal courts and the state courts recognize that the legislative body is the Congress, or in the case of Kentucky, the General Assembly, and both of them are comprised of a Senate and a House of Representatives. They're the only ones permitted by either Constitution to enact laws. So if the laws are on the books, the laws are on the books. So Connecticut's Constitution now says Section 2, absolute and arbitrary power denied. Absolute and arbitrary power over the lives, liberty, and property of freemen exists nowhere in a republic, not even in the largest majority. Section 4 provides all power is inherent in the people, and all free governments are founded on their authority and instituted for their peace, safety, happiness, and the protection of property. So that makes very clear that the people are fundamental to this, not the court, the people. It also says, to guard against transgressions of the higher powers which we have delegated, we declare that everything in this Bill of Rights is accepted out of the general powers of government and shall forever remain inviolate. So you can't change, these rights. The Declaration of Rights is absolute. Now, what do they say about... the legislative power shall be vested in the House of Representatives and the Senate. They do have a right to call for emergency legislation or emergency session. Keep that in mind. And the civil officers shall be liable to impeachment for any misdemeanors in office, but judgment in such cases shall not extend further than removal from office and disqualified to hold any office of honor or trust or profit under this Commonwealth, but the party convicted, that would be of impeachment, shall nevertheless be subject and liable to indictment and trial and punishment by law. So if they're convicted under impeachment, then they're subject to trial by law. That's the Kentucky Constitution. Now, the laws on the books, the Kentucky Constitution says only, Section 223A says, only a marriage between one man and one woman shall be...
Looks like we might be having some connection issues with Gary here.
All right.
Okay. Well, I think where he was going with that was the Kentucky Constitution. They added an amendment to their Constitution. They could see this. They could see Obergefell coming as far as like the gay rights movement. So they added an amendment to their Constitution that says it should be between one man and one woman. It's also like that in Texas and also a number of other states too. I don't know all of them, but I know it's definitely in Texas and Kentucky. So it's I mean, same-sex marriage is unconstitutional. And then you have the Supreme Court just not even taking into account I think it was like 75% of the citizens voted for that amendment on that bill. So the opinion of the 75% of Kentucky's population doesn't matter, or at least the voters, that doesn't matter. But the Supreme Court can just come in and just shove this down all of the states' throats, completely violating the 10th Amendment, just completely usurping it. And it was done by way of the 14th Amendment. And that's what's kind of interesting to me is, so how can you have one amendment violate the other amendment? You know, Stan, that just seems kind of wrong to me.
Well, it's the typical argument is they use, whatever amendment works best for their end goal, I should say.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of, well, this doesn't work out for us, but we can really push for this other, amendment, and that more sides with what we want.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we don't care about the contradictions, and the contradictions always work in the favor of the state, never any one of us or anyone else.
Yeah, it's definitely true. And okay, thank you, person in the chat. 2004. I didn't remember the date of it. I know they did amend that to their constitution, though. So it's just kind of it's one of those things where if as Gary said, we're going to be in a nation of laws. How can we've seen it so often with the federal government, and even here in Illinois, but you see the complete disregard of laws. The only time they'll use the Constitution is when it is in their favor. When it's not, they just have nine tyrants in gowns just decide something, and it's a really bad situation. I guess to kind of conclude Kim Davis then. And I won't go into as much detail as Gary did, but she was following the law that she was following the Kentucky Constitution and the federal Constitution that she took an oath to. She was completely within the law in what she was doing. But that still didn't really matter. And what Gary was going to get to with the Kentucky can have an emergency session to provide new legislation. This just happened a few months ago, and a lot of states haven't been able to catch up and adapt their state legislature up to these standards. So they could have done that. But they said it would be too expensive and all of that, so they're just going to wait a few months. It was complete laziness. So she was within her oath. She was upholding the oath that she took. It's a bad situation that she's in. I would say definitely a bad situation. Stan, you got any thoughts on that?
Right, and it's one of those things, yeah, very much. It's one of those things where this judgment by the Supreme Court is being used to pretty much excuse rewriting the laws, which really it's not the federal judge's responsibility to rewrite the law by making a judgment. It's kind of one of those things. There's this kind of myth that the government provides you this right to marriage. And that's completely wrong. Pretty much, according to the state, the marriage is pretty much your marriage license. It's a contract between you, your spouse, and the state. I'm kind of the person who, believes that it should only be the contract between you and your spouse.
Of course,
yeah,
of course.
It's asinine that, you have to get state approval to be considered for certain rights.
Yep.
Which, include, health care and certain items like that. Certain tax write-offs, blah, blah, blah. That's really what, a lot of people in the same-sex marriage argument are fighting for, is those benefits, really.
Yeah, that's true. Forced equality.
Right, that's what they really want. And it's like, any of those people today could pay the money, have a ceremony, have a reception, and call themselves married. Mm-hmm. With a contract between them as two different people.
Yep.
But what they want is the state to force, certain things down on other companies or other people, whatever it may be, which isn't necessarily right, but they're pretty much asking for the same thing same-sex couples have, or opposite-sex couples have. And both are wrong because they're provided by the state, in my opinion.
Yeah, yep, and it looks like Gary did just sign back on, but we did kind of conclude that without him. I mean, we didn't really have a choice. But when we get Gary back on here, we'll kind of start to conclude. But as you can see with the Kim Davis situation, she was doing she was upholding the oath that she took when she was an elected official. So it's not good, and that's what I like to call them social justice warriors, because they come in all shapes and flavors. It's not just the gay marriage section, but they somehow have gotten massive politicization of their movement, and and now they're shoving it down everyone else's throats by way of the state. So it's not a good situation. We're going to see some blowback from that, some lawsuits, a lot of lawsuits.
Right.
Like we saw with the Baker in Ohio, we're going to see a lot of those sorts of things come out of the Obergefell decision. So, Gary, welcome back.
Now, did you cover those points that I got interrupted on when my computer shut down?
Well, I didn't go in as much detail, but I guess I read your article, and I kind of knew about the as far as she was upholding her oath that she took when she came into office. We discussed the fact that the Supreme Court kind of shoved this down all of the states' throats, even though it definitely violated the Kentucky Constitution and the Texas Constitution. So we kind of did wrap that up. It probably wasn't as much detail as you'd have gone into, but I think we covered the points a little more loosely. But
let me cover one thing in that, if we've got a few minutes. Historically, if a law was determined unconstitutional, the court directed that law be changed accordingly. And that fell then upon the legislative body, whether it be Congress or the state legislature. But instead, we've got a court rendering a decision, and then somebody contacted the governor of the state. Now, he doesn't make law either. He signs law but he didn't call it an emergency legislation. But he told her, what he had to do. The letter's included in the article. So what we've got now is a nation of men. We've got the 9 people at the Supreme Court, of which only 5 concurred on the decision. And then we've got a governor telling somebody what to do when she's got in front of her 3 different written laws that say she doesn't have to do what they're telling her to do. So that's how bad it's become. We have become a nation. In all these cases, we become a nation of men, not of laws. All 4 cases.
It's definitely true. It's definitely true. I did just get word from one of our listeners that she is going back to work tomorrow, so it'll be interesting to see how this entire situation plays out. It'll definitely be interesting to see how it goes. I don't see it going well. So I guess let's kind of conclude, Gary. We are about almost coming up on 40 minutes over the normal show time. I definitely appreciate Ryan and P.R.N for allowing us to do this. So just, I guess, kind of a couple of conclusionary questions encompassing all of the political prisoners. So what does this mean? Are there any trends or patterns with these few political prisoners?
I think that if you can't see a pattern in what we discussed tonight, you probably voted for Obama and would vote for his 3rd term.
Good point. That's a good answer. It's definitely
there is a trend. There's definite. Now, how do you stop a trend like that? Because it's above the Constitution or outside of the Constitution. It's outside of 240 years of our history or 220 years of our history. How do you stop something like this? What did they do last time that the king and Parliament did not abide by the Constitution?
I don't think we have to answer that. I think everyone here listening knows the answer to the question. But yeah, I think you're right. Yep.
So I see no solution. So if anybody's interested, I wrote something called the Plan for Restoration of Constitutional Government. If you do a search for that, you'll see what I propose as a means of restoring what is our birthright and we owe to our posterity. And it is closer to anarchy than it is to what we have now.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, definitely. I would agree with that. Definitely agree with that. So I guess a couple more questions here. And you might have just already answered this question, but I'll go ahead and pose it. It was from a listener. So what do we do to help prevent these unwarranted arrests and detainments, whether as an individual level or as a group of citizens?
Well, let me put it this way. We know that Oath Keepers got kicked out on the Kim Davis thing after they made their big PR show of, we're going to go protect her. She said, I don't want you to come down here. But I'm working with a group of people now, and I can only go so far on what we're talking about, but a couple of them participated once before in West Virginia, and actually sending a threat to the county government saying, hey, you're going way beyond the law. Were they willing to back it up with force? Quite likely they would have been willing to back it up with force, but the county acquiesced and released the person and withdrew the charges. So there's another interesting article, I don't know if you've read it yet, called The Other Not So Thin Line. Do you recall it?
I don't think I've read that one, unfortunately.
Okay, it's a progression in the Patriot community that the longer you've been in and the more you've dealt with, the more, pardon the expression, pissed off you get at government and realize that, it's going to have to get serious somewhere along the line. But other people are just now realizing that voting's ineffective. So these people are strung out over this long line, but those of us that are more towards the far side of the line realize that something has to be done. Can we be effective if this organization comes together that I just mentioned, and we get in a position where if a person asks for our help, we will, under force of arms if necessary, enforce the Constitution as we see it.
Okay. All right, awesome. And I can pose a couple. I mean, as far as preventing their arrests or the keeping our people out of prison, as it is. But I think a couple really really good things, and I will refer to one of Stan's article. Treat your prepper recruits like job applicants. Vetting your members is extremely important. You want to make sure you only have people in there that you can trust. You don't have any infiltrators or anybody like that. Definitely vet your members, and I would recommend using encryption as well. It may not be 100% effective, but regardless, it's a good way to, I guess, try to keep your communications private.
We've discussed encryption, and I suggested something to you, and you thought it was a good idea. And that's what I call dual encryption, where you encrypt something offline by hand. Type it into, say, PGP. And it's garbage when it goes into PGP. So if they do have a backdoor or access your code or anything and do read it, when they decrypt it, they're going to get garbage, and they're not going to know what to do with it because they're so technically oriented they can't think of doing something by hand. But then the recipient of that message would know exactly what to do with it on the other end. But again, as we discussed in that conversation, don't use it unless you absolutely have to, because if you use it enough, they will, just like the British did with Enigma, find out what your code is and
that's a good point. And I guess the last thing you can do is practice security culture. We've discussed it in passing, and we'll have a full broadcast on that here in the next couple of months, actually, probably in January or February. But security culture is one of the best ways. Stay tuned. Make sure, I guess, if you want more information on it now, you can go do your own homework. It's in the profiling archive under the tab that says solutions. So definitely go check that out if you're interested in security culture or just keeping yourself for the people that you love and care about, to your fellow the people that you work with to restore freedom. That's a good place to start. So let's move forward here, Gary. There's one other question. You mentioned committees of safety kind of in passing. Would committees of safety be extremely useful or useful at all for these political prisoners?
No, I think the best example, there's an article, The End of the Revolution, Beginning of Independence. In Worcester, Massachusetts, in 1774, declared independence from the British government. This is a year before the war started. Declared independence from the British government, established their own court, handling only criminal matters, no civil matters. They disbanded the militia, and then they re-enrolled the militia, not allowing any Tories in. That was a committee of safety that did this. And so they became an effective parallel government within Worcester, Massachusetts. Committees of safety, the militia element in most declarations of rights or Bill of Rights in the state's constitution, or many of them, I should say that the military authority is subordinate to the civil authority. So that means if you have a militia properly and want to call it a militia, it has to be subordinate to the civil authority. So is that the governor of the state, or if you have a committee of safety, that becomes the civil authority. The role that they can play, and now these people I were talking about, what we're working about getting together is a two-pronged approach to it, and one is to go around the country. There's going to be a road trip by a couple people talking about both committees of safety to the Tea Party type people and the other people interested in committees of safety, as well as talking with the militia and talking about the need to coordinate with adjacent militias. You know, this on the internet, everybody wants to network across the country. If shit hits the fan, who cares what's happening in Georgia if I'm in California? But I might care what's happening in the adjacent counties. So this national stuff, we ain't going to have George Washington come in on a white horse and lead us to Washington and change things.
Yeah, that's true.
So we've got to get organized in a personal relationship with the people we're going to work with. And then you mentioned vetting for that organization. We have a form, and I'd be glad if you want one to provide you a copy. Basically, it's like an application for employment, except we're not using Social Security numbers. What's your military service, MOS, jobs you've held, education you've gotten, all that. And so it's a foundation to check against if you want to vet somebody. And if I wanted to rent an apartment, buy a house, get the utilities turned on, I'd probably have to answer more questions than are on this application.
Yeah.
So when people say, well, you're invading my privacy, well, that's fine. If you don't trust us, then we don't trust you. Stay out. Don't even ask to come in here, because you'll give it to anybody else because they're providing a place for you to live or electricity for your computer or things like that.
Yeah. Okay. Good answer.
So,
I agree.
Vetting is important. In all these instances, we've got somebody playing, not Kim Davis, but the other three. We've got an informant at least, and an agent at least in Wolf's case, a government agent.
Yep, indeed. So, I guess just final thoughts, and we'll kind of get this wrapped up. Gary, go ahead.
We have what was once the greatest nation in the world. Probably it's the American dream occurred from the end of World War II until the civil rights movement of the 60s. That civil rights movement began moving us on this road that we've been talking about with queer marriages and things like that, where the Founding Fathers looked at natural rights. These people are looking at civil rights, and if you look at any civil right, if I give to you, I've got to take from somebody else.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's exactly what's happening. So if we want to make this country great again, we've got to get back to the protection of natural rights and the abandonment of the whole concept that the government should be involved in civil rights. That's a matter between people. That's a matter between employees and employers. That's a matter between business owners and customers. When I was a kid, I used to, in learning how to read, I'd go in a restaurant. There's a big sign, "We reserve the right to refuse service to anyone for any reason." That's the right of the business owner, and the government's tried to take that right away from him. We need to get back out of the civil rights realm, back to the natural rights realm, where we get to make our own decisions in life. And then we're, like I say, we're approaching anarchy at that point. We've got the government out of the picture.
Indeed. Okay, well, Gary, I definitely want to thank you for coming on. I know it's coming up on about 3 hours now, so I definitely appreciate you offering us a few hours of your time. It was a great broadcast, very informative, and I would think the listeners would also agree with that. So why don't you plug your website once more before we let you go?
Okay, the website is outpostoffreedom.com. That's outpost, OUTPOST dash or minus sign of dash freedom.com. And the blog where all my current articles are is /blog blog.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA Radio Network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular, and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Again, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. See you in the second realm.
The newest bundle via Liberty Under Attack Publications. Over the course of the past 7+ years, the LUA Publications catalogue has greatly expanded. 4 years ago, we put together our very first self-liberation bundle, a way to pick up all the books we publish in one bundle, at a heavily discounted price. Back then, there were 17 books. Well, we finally got around to an update and the total number of books is up to a staggering 27. The Self-Liberation Bundle is now essentially a small library of the highest quality, rarest self-liberational media, not available via anyone else. We know, as we struggled to locate much of it for our own delectation over the past decade or so. Truly some pieces of valuable libertarian history, priceless strategy guides, liberty agorist fiction, and much more. Purchasing these books individually, you'd pay well over $400. Save big, and order your self-liberation bundle today. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Again, libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom.
This is the basic law of life. And dear listeners, it is spiritual in its nature. If man failed to do everything in his power to protect his life, as a result of such neglect lost his life, then the destiny for which the soul came to earth would end there. Without life, a body or medium to function through spiritual attainment would be impossible, ladies and gentlemen. Spirituality would then be forfeited. You see, if man's life was threatened without cause on his part, and he failed to do everything in his power to prevent death, he would then be guilty of 3 actual crimes. He would first of all permit the enemy to commit murder. Next, he would be committing suicide by failing to protect the most precious possession given to man by his Creator. And worst of all, he would end whatever his destiny might be, the purpose for which body, mind, and life had been given to him. And I believe it's to learn something. In one respect, man is forced to be a warring, not a murdering creature. And I might inject here that the Ten Commandments does not say, in its original form, "Thou shalt not kill." It says, ladies and gentlemen, and you can check this, if you wish, go to the original Hebrew and Greek, it says, "Thou shalt not murder." So in one respect, man is forced to be a warring, not a murdering creature.
From his birth, the law of self-preservation forces him to be on guard against every inimical force attempting to destroy him by one means or another. He must be on the alert to prevent man, natural forces, or his own carnal desires to betray him into acts of degradation. Man is a warring creature, but his war, I tell you, his war is an honorable one. It is one of protection. First himself, so that he may protect those he is responsible for, but in doing so must not take unfair advantage of others, nor be guilty of unrighteousness. The nature of this was and is actually spiritual. It is the battle of righteousness against evil. It is a war biblically spoken of as taking place in heaven because it is waged within man's spiritual nature. He fights to fulfill destiny and to finally create heaven on earth for himself and others who follow. By the war of righteousness, wherein there is no selfishness, he attains the consciousness which makes him a man, knowing both good and evil, having chosen good to attain the promised sonship. Notice, you must choose. You must choose. Each and every one of you listening to this broadcast tonight must choose, and you must choose very quickly. You might ask, is there actually a need for some form of evil in the life of man? Was this, together with some form of fear, ordained in the beginning? And I say nothing has been ordained, but if the divine law is to be fulfilled in the life of man, then it is certainly necessary that he, according to sacred concepts, become a crusader in God's cause, and not exist as a negative, effortless, uncreative, unproductive creature, a leech-chased parasite upon the rest. The first command is that he must become a man in the true sense of the term, and this implies that he must prepare himself to meet the enemy that is ever alert to destroy the best that he has created. He must meet evil as the soldier meets the enemy. Doing this in the righteousness of his conscience neutralizes fear. Many of you call and ask me, Bill, aren't you afraid? My answer has always been and always will be no. No, no, and no. For I know from where I have come, and I know where I am going. I know who I am, and I know that I possess a soul. I fear the actions of no man. I fear the judgment of no man. I fear only the judgment of my God. And I know that if I am doing what is right, I need not ever fear that judgment. And therefore, I am not afraid.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA radio network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, a public service of the PAZNIA Free Press. Long live the Second Realm.